last time. The group of mighty adventurers began proceeding and continued to investigate a blue shuttered house that was given to them by the information was given to them by a group known as the Avista, or at least the group they assume is the Avista, from what they can tell. The group went to the house and found it infested with undead ghouls, some bearing the mark of the Najaran snakes that they had encountered earlier, with the same snake tattoo around their arm. They ended up eviscerating the ghouls as soon as they had, while they were checking and looting the bodies. A small child with black hair and golden eyes was seen at the back door that led into a pantry. The pantry led to the discovery of a barrel that had different markings on it that were different. That was describing different numbers. After a race back to grab their gnomish sorceress, and a quick trip to the ethereal plane of existence for her, the group was able to open up the barrel, and it led down a very, very long ladder that led down into the cities, into what they could assume, and what they assumed was the city's sewers, and into a juncture of about 5 or 6 different tunnels that branched off from where they had landed. One tunnel caught their eye in particular, a tunnel where it looked like the earth had been pushed open and it was a very jagged descent, slow descent down. The group eventually decided to take that route, and it led them down into a large cavern from which they heard 2 loud Cthulhu's, very, very near them, as they entered the giant cavern. Starting from there, our entire group, I'd like for you all to roll
initiative. Oh my god. I swear to God, I sacrificed some sort of baby shit. I don't know why.
Yeah, having high dexterity.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
19 plus 3 minus 22. So you got a 0?
Got him, Earl.
Why do you have a minus 22?
I meant to put an equal sign, but I guess I didn't hold shift.
Oh, probably
Not even
not.
the right key.
I didn't hit the right key. My bad.
Jeez, Emerald. Sloppy.
Mm-hmm.
First isn't always bad. I actually hate going first.
Well, depending on the spell that I open up with, this might be,
Alright. Here we go, guys. Here we go. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna run this. Ooh. Open up the dice box. Try to have this fairly close to me so I can read everything. And top of the round, we have a mural kicking off.
so...
Which I should
what?
probably make sure that you guys can actually see the page that you're reading on.
Mm-hmm.
That would help.
We're just fighting slightly outside of the bar.
Oh.
Completely fine. Ooh, hand drawn.
dark things are, but I think
Tell me that it's dirt and not what I think it is.
Oh, we were fighting giant spider things.
You were
Those are
fighting things with
stalagmites.
you were fighting. So as your light Celix begins to open up and expand across this cavern, you hear this sound as you look up. A giant form crashes down in front of you, and another giant form crashes down just off to the side. You see standing before you two insectoid-looking beings who are standing on 2 feet. With very muscular arms, long pincers that are coming out of what you can assume its maw, very kind of beady looking eyes, and some antenna pointing off of the top. Top of the round, a mural.
Oh god. Could I do a nature check to see what the hell these things are, or would I even know what these things are?
Well, history check. A history check. I should put the games.
17.
As a druid, you've read many different books about nature and about different things that live within the earth and around its or within it and like on the surface. You've heard during your readings, you've come across different beings and different individuals that kind of match this description. But you haven't had direct encounters with them before. But you believe these to possibly be Umberhulks.
Oh shit. Is there anything else that I read up on that at all, or is that all I get?
You gained up on their name. Is it really on my DM screen? Stop taking my DM screen, you piece of shit!
I yell out to the group, these are Ember Hulks, and cast Call Lightning. How high is the ceiling in here?
Ceiling's decently high. Probably about probably closer to probably about 60 to 70 feet up.
Would Call Lightning work in there?
Let us check and see.
Because it says it's supposed to be around 100.
Appears in the shape of a cylinder that is 10 feet tall and 60-foot radius centered at the point. You can, centered on a point you can see 100 feet directly above you. I'd say yeah, 60 feet. You think you probably can make that work?
Okay, I will cast that, and I will drop a bolt of lightning on the guy right here.
All right. So, taking a minute. What's the save that he has to make for that?
Pardon? Oh, Dex. I believe it's a Dex save.
Dex save.
To my spell, which
What's
is
the DC?
15.
Rolls a natural 15, so he will save on it. Cool.
And that's 3d10.
Mm-hmm.
14 points of damage, or 14 halved, which would be 7.
7. Yeah. Okay. So as you kind of see this being standing in front of you, standing directly in front of you, you look up towards the ceiling and you think it's high enough. So you focus your energy, and a slow dark cloud begins to form over it. For all the attackers, it just contain. Oh,
It just comes down.
Oh, nice.
It's a concentration, and it just comes down on a point that I can choose per turn.
So, as you concentrate, you see a dark cloud form above you. You make a gesture with your arm down, and a crack of lightning, briefly illuminating the area, slams into him. glances through his arm, not dealing as much damage, but definitely hurting him. He looks at your direction. Need you. All right. This brings us to Clarissa.
Okay. So I'm gonna look somewhat confused at what Emerald just shouted, and can I do a history check as well to see if I remember reading anything in my studies about the random name he seemingly just shouted, or she just shouted out?
Yeah, you can do that if you want. It'll probably be your bonus action though.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. 17.
You've read a lot about different creatures. You read like some about different creatures. Most of your studies though were more in the arcane. These creatures weren't ever normally like a specific study or and especially creatures like that lived under the world weren't really a big like specialty of yours. Concentrating back and thinking about Umberhulks, you remember them being kind of insectoid. You remember them from what you can kind of remember. You remember hearing of them living underground, and they. You remember that hearing that if you were ever ran into one, to run away as quickly as possible. You being a gnome in stature.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so she's gonna go. She's gonna yell, "These things! I'm going to stay back here," and then burn a sorcery point to cast haste as a twine spell, and put it on Karma and also Riven.
All right, so you're putting haste on Riven and Karma. Cool.
Yep.
What do we get from that?
Yeah, what is that?
You get a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, haste gives you a bunch of really cool things. It's concentration, and you get a until the spell ends, so it's up for a minute, so about 10 rounds. Your speed is doubled. You gain a +2 to AC. You have advantage on dexterity saving throws, and then and gain an additional attack each turn. The action can only, or you gain an additional action each turn. The action can be an attack, one weapon attack only, a dash, disengage, hide, or use an object. The spell ends when the target can't move or attack or takes actions until after its next turn.
So I get double movement speed. How much to my AC?
+2 to your AC. Advantage on dex saves, and dex saving throws, and gain an additional action each turn, which can be used for attack, dash, disengage, or hide.
Okay, and then after I do that, I just want to step like up against the wall here.
Okay.
And she's just gonna like press her back to the wall.
Okay, you do. So as you take a second, you slap both of the individuals on the ass, and they woo, kind of like let out a little whoop. And
Nathan, you cut out there for me. I don't know if you cut out for anybody else.
Nope.
I'm going to kill my microphone one of these days. So as you concentrate, you run up, you slap both of the guys on the backside, and then back away as the magic takes effect, and you try and hold the magic and concentrate as much as you can on it. All right, so this brings us to this guy's turn. So as you're taking your second to concentrate, this guy is going to move right about there. Who's this in front of me?
Salix.
Okay. And he's going to attack you, Salix. Oof. Yep. 19 and a natural 20.
Those will both hit.
Okay.
Oh.
You take a total of 18 damage from the natural 20, and then you also take an additional 9 damage. 9 damage from the other one. So as Clarissa is backing up into the wall, the giant lurming beast of the Umberhulk runs ends up running up towards Salix and reels back, taking both of his claws and striking at Salix. One just pierces off the armor and glances, but still with enough force to push you back a little bit. The other one actually manages to slip past your armor, and actually you feel it sink through the chainmail and into your skin, drawing blood. All right. Cool. And this brings us to Ryven.
My hood's already up, right?
Yep.
Okay. Just
Ryven.
clarify
Yep.
if that's from last session or not. Were you gonna say something? Because you started.
Yeah.
With it.
Yep. If you need you to make a actually, I will need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Just an 18.
18.
Yeah.
Okay. As you're looking at this giant beast that just ran up to Salix, you feel something begin to encroach upon your mind, but you're able to shrug it off easily enough. Go ahead and take your turn.
With my 100 movement speed, I will use 2 squares. That's all of the movement speed forever. Yeah, gonna get opportunity attacks against me otherwise. I have not hit it yet.
Yep.
Is this a big thingy that we can't get by, by the way?
Yeah, it's a giant stalactite.
Okay. And I am gonna make 3 attacks against him.
Go for it.
$18.
18 will just hit.
I'm just gonna roll for 3 hits and roll for 3 damages.
Yep, go for it.
21.
21 will hit.
I need to roll 10 around. That's another 10 with the 8, so 18.
Oh no, so are you rolling your hits first, or are you rolling your...
I'm rolling 3 hits first.
Okay, what was the third hit?
It's another 18.
Another 18?
10, a 13, a 10, plus the 8, so...
So 18, yeah. So all 3 hit. So as you run up, averting your eyes from the other hole, you slash once with your short sword, punch another time with your offhand, and slash a third time with your short sword.
And
Boom,
then...
jack, boom.
How do you do Constitution saving throws?
Roll a d20, and then it's whatever the saving throw number is on your Constitution.
So it's got to be higher than a 3 for me?
Well, I think 3 is what you add.
Okay, well, okay. So I'm trying to figure out, so I want to use, which I burn a Kai point, and one of my attacks is Stunning Strike, which makes the target have to succeed a Constitution saving throw or be stunned until the end of their next turn. My next turn.
Oh yeah, then you just tell me that you're using that, and I have to roll a Constitution saving throw for the guy. So you're using that?
Ryven?
6. Hello? Am I still here?
You got really quiet on set.
Am I better?
Yep.
Alright, yeah, you know what, fuck it, I never use the skills. My last one's gonna be a Stunning Strike against him.
Okay. What's the DC
So-
he has to save?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That
What
should
is
be
it
on
against?
your. That should
My
be on
guy?
your, it should be on your spell modifier page for
I think
moments.
it's 14.
14. He rolled a natural 13. That is save.
Alright. Yeah, my Kai save is
What? Kai saves what?
14.
Okay.
3 strike damages. 8 on the first one.
Okay.
7 on the second one. 6 on the third one.
Nice.
And then, as a bonus action, I'm gonna punch him.
Go for it.
'Cause I still get to do that.
Yep. Roll your attack.
That's a natural 19.
Yeah, that'll hit.
It's gonna be 8 damage.
Okay. Nice.
At both things.
So, as you finish attacking with or getting all 3 of your attacks in, you use the inertia and end up slamming your fist directly into it. It lets out a mighty roar. A lot more guttural than you were expecting originally.
And then I'm gonna strafe around him to this side, opening up movement space for other people.
Okay.
Just like right around him.
All right, this brings us to Karma. You two.
I do things.
Need you. All right, your turn.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to hearing where these things are, because I technically can see them yet. I'm gonna move up. I want to move up over next to them, so I take it. I'm gonna get to about right here.
Okay. At that point, you can definitely see him.
Yep. So.
Are you looking directly at it, or are you?
Yeah. Yep. I haven't seen or heard anything contrary to that, so I'm just going right at him.
So as you see that, and as your eyes end up glaring into the faces entity, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Or sorry, Charisma saving throw. My bad.
Charisma. 17.
17.
My Peta's here. Give me like 1 second, okay?
Yep.
On a side note, my spell DC is 15, by the way. I forgot to change it last session. I get the +1 from my proficiency.
It's changed.
Yeah, that's really screwed me up. I had to go back and adjust everything because I had hard-coded everything for +2 proficiency, but now it's +3.
Well, I never, almost nothing I do because of the class I am actually uses my spell DC. It's really for the other classes in the other subclass, but
Okay. Very sorry about that, guys.
It's been already a shit show already.
Okay,
Continue to
so
be a shit show.
I hadn't heard the result of that.
you waited.
So as you feel something start to kind of encroach upon your mind, but you were able to shrug it off easily enough.
Okay, so then I'm gonna go up next to him, and I'm going to. Well, I guess I would get 2 regular attacks on him.
Yep.
First one, would I get?
You'll
Well, I
get the
guess
sneak.
I'll.
Yeah, you will get the sneak attack because you have another ally within melee of him.
That is a 17 to hit.
It's unfortunate.
Okay, so then second attack. That first one was with Flame Tongue. The second one would be just with a normal dagger. That is a 19.
That'll hit.
And then I'm gonna roll. For my bonus action, I'm gonna swing with Flame Tongue as well.
Go for it.
Oh, I couldn't see that roll. No, that's not gonna be. That's not gonna. It was a 3 + 6, so 9. So
Yep. Nope.
only the regular dagger hits, and it is 5 points of damage.
Go ahead and add the sneak attack on top of there.
Okay.
It's the first sneak attack is the first attack that hits.
Sweet. 10.
Nice. So 16 in total.
Yes.
So as you rush up and feel this kind of strange, almost like ringing in your ears to an extent, you take Flame Tongue and you go slashing at its arm. It manages to. You feel the blades try to sink in, but it can just ching, kind of ricochets off. The second one, you try to find like a nice little crack in its armor, and you manage to actually get to slip right past its armor plates. The third one, same thing happens, kind of just bounces off of the natural armor that this thing has.
All right. So then, well, I guess I use my bonus action. Let's see. Double. Yep. I think that's all I can do right now.
All right, this brings us to. This guy is gonna run up here. And he's gonna make 2 attacks against you, Carmel. $20 to hit and 13.
Only the 20 will hit.
Right. You take a total of 9 points of slashing damage.
I'll use my what's it called? It's not evasion. It's uncanny dodge.
Uncanny dodge.
Uncanny dodge. Does that reduce it, or does that just completely get out of it?
It halves it.
Okay. So 9 halved is 4. Oh, sorry, 5. My bad. So, as you finish your attack on the Umberhulk in front of you, you hear this boom, boom, boom coming around behind you. You're able to, easily turn around, get out, and duck out of the way. But just as one of the claws goes swiping over your head, the other claw comes up directly underneath you, and ends up raking across the front of your body. Really kind of hurt there. Salix, what are you gonna do?
So after taking that hit, Salix is bleeding a lot. Looks like he's hurt real bad. And he's going to first cast a 3rd level healing word on himself. So that's 3d4. Okay. 9, 10 plus wisdom. 13 plus 2 per spell level. No, plus spell level. 17 points of healing. And then for my action, I'm going to just attack it with justice.
All right, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
You got it. That is a 17.
All right, 17 will make it.
Okay. $19 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
You also get advantage on him.
Oh, I do?
He's stunned.
Oh, okay.
No, he's not. He saved the stun.
Oh, never mind.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh, you rolled a 13.
You rolled a natural 15 and gets plus 8 to it, or plus 3 to it. So you got 18.
So 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Right. Even. Okay. So as you focus on your holy symbol and your connection with Helm, you feel the radiant energy and the divine energy course throughout your body, sealing up some of your wounds. Steam starts to rise off of them. As the steam is rising off your body and off your wounds, you swing Judgment around and bring it skywards, rocketing, landing directly underneath the Umberhulk's jaw as its jaw, almost lifting the entire body up off of it, body up off of the ground, as you fall through with your swing. Boom. Damn. He's looking. You start to see some blood starting to trickle down. Some arms get cracked. Up around with a mural.
I'm gonna drop a lightning bolt right where I have my 0 foot mark here, and everything within a 5 foot radius of that bolt gets.
What about Tyrion? Is he not participating?
He's back here right now. If I had his character sheet, it would make things a lot easier. Don't. He's just gonna be in back.
Okay.
That should hit both of them.
Yep.
So they both have to roll dex saves to 15. If not, they take the full damage.
Right, the first one is a 14, 15, 11. So
23 points of damage.
Nice. 11?
Yep.
As you adjust and call your lightning down again this time it slams into both of the creatures. As you glance in the creature's direction, you end up meeting with just one of their eyes. You need to make a charisma saving throw.
Unnatural 20.
God, fuck all of you. Really cool monster. Brings us to Clarissa.
Dude, deck saving throws that.
And Clarissa, where are you at?
Go back here.
Clarissa, I need you to make a charisma saving throw as well.
And this is magical, I do believe. So I get advantage on it. For being a gnome.
It is not.
You sure about that? I'm pretty sure it says magical. I'll just roll and then see.
No, you're right. Nope, you're right. Can magically force it. Yep.
Okay, that's a good thing because this one would have been bad. Okay, and then oh, you're gonna hate me.
I already hate all of you. It's fine.
That would...
What did you roll?
That's a 16.
16 on the save.
Well, I rolled a 12, but I've got.
Yep, that saves.
All right, and then Clarissa's gonna cast magic missiles at rank 2, so I get an extra dice of damage on this guy.
Go for it.
All right, so stupid roll 20. All right. So normally it's 3, 74, 54. And give me 1 second, I have to configure the little thing here. Yeah. Alright, so he takes 14 points of damage.
A lot of ones there.
Couple fours.
As you concentrate, 1, 2, 3, 4 bolts all of a sudden pop up around your head. They go boom, zooming directly at the giant hulking beast looming down in front of you. They go slamming into it. It goes falling backward as the first bolt slams into it. It reels back. The second bolt slams into it. It reels back again. The third and fourth bolt end up actually punching through where the second bolt hit, punching through the body itself and coming out the other side of it. It goes falling down to the ground.
Yeah, all right.
Damn, son.
All right, this would be. Brings us to Ryan. Has to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, but I'm not looking at him.
He's looking in your general direction.
You're within 30 feet of him. You have to. That's whenever you start your turn.
17.
That'll save.
Yeah, I get a plus 0.
So sad.
Alright, so now I actually move, don't I? Okay.
You could always move here now and just have him automatically say a fail shadow if you wanted to.
That's now fun.
Up the back of him.
I'm not gonna kill off your paladin because he's not here. It's rude.
I'm gonna make 3 attacks against him. Because I can. Because I'm hasted.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
I can have like 3, 4, 5 attacks if I wanted to. Alright, so the first one is 21 to 30.
That'll hit.
23.
That'll hit. What the fuck did you roll?
I get a plus 8.
Monks, man.
That's what. What a 13,
Go for it.
15, and like a 12. So 20.
Yep.
I got plus 8. I'm stupid dexterous. How I built this
Monk.
guy.
I despise that monks can add their dex instead of their strength.
Everything.
It's horrid.
Alright, so first attack is gonna be 6 points of damage. Second attack is 11 points of damage. Third attack is 8 points of damage. I just don't hit very hard.
Still does damage though.
Yeah. There's 1, 2, and 3. Depending on what you say, depending on what I do as a bonus action.
As you take your short sword and slam it into the Umberhold. The Umberhold's back. You manage to find some purchase with it, managing to carve a small section out. You take your hand, you end up punching it, so that you end up punching it kind of right where your short sword actually embedded, pulling your short sword out, and you bring it down. You bring your short sword back down again, slamming into it. Finding some purchase, it definitely is. Definitely does some pain to it, but he's still standing there.
I'm gonna play it safe. I'm not gonna burn a guy. I'm just gonna make my bonus action
Go for it.
unarmed. That doesn't hit.
Draw.
9. I rolled a natural 2.
That's 8. Yeah. This is
Well, 7. My own armor 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't have a magical +1 because of my sword
Yeah.
on punch. Yet. I haven't figured out a way to do that. We'll get there.
So, as you punch, nothing. You slam into it, but your fist kind of wavers, and you kind of have to give it a second to like re-uncramp from the punch. This brings us to Karma.
All right, we'll do the same thing I did last time. First with, I misnamed my dagger last time. It's Valerian Legacy. I'm gonna attack with that first.
Make a charisma saving throw first.
Okay. 14.
That fails. So roll a d8.
Uh-oh.
I actually had the D8 ready to go. That's a 1.
Oh.
Okay, so as you turn and get ready to attack this other looming creature, your eyes end up focusing directly on the Umber Hulk's eyes. There's a sharp little gleam. All of a sudden, there's a very piercing sound in your ears, and you feel your brain you feel your body stop responding to what your brain is telling you. Your brain's telling you to move. Your body just absolutely refuses. You can't do anything this round. Brings us over to.
What about? Sorry.
Go
if
for
I'm hasted, can I get anything out? And not necessarily to an attack. I just want to kind of yell to the rest of them.
Nope.
Nope.
Does nothing.
Nope. That's fair. I figured it was worth a try because I was hasted.
All right. This brings us to its turn. This one is going to. Is going to actually end up taking a swing at Karma. And it's going to also it's going to take a swing at Karma. It's going to take a swing at Ryben, and it's going to take a third swing. Also Ryben.
That's fine.
Jesus. So first roll is a
Disadvantage.
because of what?
My cloak of being awesome.
Oh yeah. Well, the disadvantage. Hold on a second. One for disadvantage. The first one is a 19 to hit on Karma.
Do I get a reaction to that at all?
Nope. No reaction. So the attack against you, Ryven, it's a 18, which I believe misses.
Yep.
The final attack against Ryven is also a miss because it rolled a 5, because it's bad. So, Karma, you take 9 points of slashing damage as one of the claws comes down across the front of your body. Your body is thrown backward about 2 or 3 feet. You end up, you manage to, like, your body somehow manages to stay on its feet, but you are pushed back on that. Right. As it finishes raking across, Karma turns around, slamming against you, Ryven, and as it tries to swipe at you, you manage to dodge out of the way. Its pincers try to come directly at you as well and try to grasp on you, but you manage to duck out. They glance off you. As they go for the kind of duplicate shimmering image of you, goes for that rather than the actual you. Are you averting your gaze this entire time, or are you you end up dodging, or are you concentrating on where it is coming at fast?
Talking to me?
Yes.
I don't really want to. Well, I mean, am I figured out that looking at it is?
You have not. You have
then
not.
I probably wouldn't look away.
Okay, so I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Worse. That 8.
That roll a d8 as well.
Oh god.
Two.
A 2.
2.
Okay. As it ends up going for you and ends up like going for like the kind of shimmering image that is like that is there due to the cloak you're spending at you, you catch a look in its eyes. You feel your entire body stop reacting to what your brain's telling you. Your brain's telling you to move, but again, like Karma, you can't move. It's at that point that you kind of figure out looking at this thing might not be the best idea. Right, so this brings us to Salix.
Right, so from last turn, realizing that looking at it is problematic, I'm gonna try and I can't.
And you're within 30 feet, so I need you to make a at the beginning.
Can I just like look away from it and not make eye contact with it?
You can.
Does that prevent me from attacking it?
No, it's just if you try to attack it, it will be with disadvantage.
With disadvantage? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go for it.
Yeah, if you want to, if you avert your eyes, like that's fine. Like you just will be attacking. You'll be attacking with it.
Okay.
And you won't have to make the charisma saving throw.
Okay.
If
yeah,
you
I'm gonna
avert your eyes.
charisma saving throw of. Ooh, that's a natural 1.
Ooh, roll a d8.
Seven.
Roll a d4.
1.
All right. As you feel a magical, as you feel like an entity or something begin to encroach upon your brain, you all of a sudden realize that you are making that your hand has brought judgment up in a swinging arc. Go ahead and make an attack roll. Judgment.
Oh, really?
Oh shit.
Let's see. I'm sorry, Karma. That's 22.
Yep, that'll hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
It's 86. Oh, 8 points of damage. Roll maximum.
Ouch. So as you as Karma is just standing there, you bring with his mind not necessarily his own. You end up bringing judgment down, raking across his back after he had just gotten raked across the front. You slam into the armor. Luckily, the armor takes most of the damage, but he still takes 8 points of damage. So, woot.
Karma's barely on his feet.
Karma, you're starting to feel it. All right. This brings us to the top of the round with a mural.
Did Clarissa get a turn that round?
Yeah, she's before Ryven.
He goes right after you.
Okay.
I killed this guy.
Yes, that's right.
Yep.
How is this guy looking, by the way?
Are you looking directly at him or not?
No, no.
You
Screw
have
that
no idea. Then you can't tell.
Oh God. I'm gonna.
You've heard it let out some shrieks and some screams, but that's about all you can really tell about it at this point.
I'm gonna drop another bolt right in the same spot as I did before.
Go for it.
So,
The dex saving throw.
Dex saving throw of 15. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Rolls a 6 save.
That's gonna hurt regardless. That's a 27. Oh,
So 14 points of damage.
27 divided by 2 would be 13. Would be rounded down.
So as you once again still focusing on that lightning storm and just praying that this is doing something, you send down another bolt of lightning, crashing into the ground. You hear it let out as the bolt strikes into it. You get the feeling you found purchase with that lightning bolt, but how much damage and how effective it's doing, you have no idea.
Because I'm not in line of sight. Okay, perfect.
Anything else, Camaro?
Sorry, internet took a shit.
I'm just. Do I have any other spells I can use? What's cure? No, screw it. Never mind. I won't do anything this turn.
Okay. Clarissa, over to you.
Okay, so she has not gotten the hint that you should not look at these things, so she's gonna stare directly at this guy.
Yep, you're within 30 feet, so make your charisma saving throw. Go for it. And you have advantage since you are a gnome and you have that magical ability, so...
Yeah.
Yay.
Such a good ability. Okay, the first one was a 17, which I think passes, so...
Yep, it does. Once again,
Okay.
you still feel something trying to encroach upon your brain, and you're managed to just kind of shrug it off and get it out of the... shrug it off and continue. Not really quite getting the hint that you're supposed to be, not looking at.
Look, she's not the most observant gnome in the world. I think
That
we
is for
established
damn sure.
that. Alright, so I'm just gonna cast a firebolt at that dude.
Okay, go for it.
Alright, so attack
And hit
roll.
Karma in the back and kill Karma.
Oh, that would be so sad.
I mean, she can
Okay,
see where
so-
you're at, so...
It's on his stuff.
You can see where you're at, so she is able to kind of arc it over you.
So 7, 8, okay, 18.
Yeah, that'll hit. Just barely, but it'll hit.
And with the 2d10 fire damage. Thank you, level 5.
Of course, I forget to add my spell.
Yeah,
Shit.
I rolled a 2.
A 2?
A 2.
Doesn't that also include your spell attack modifier as well?
No, it does
Like
not.
the
Spell
bonus attack
modifier-
bonus?
Nope, there are no attack bonuses for magic. Magic is you roll the damage what the spell says it does, unless you have an item that explicitly says otherwise. It's actually a bit underpowered compared to weapon combat this edition. Until you get really good spells. that
Until you
is.
get higher level spells, at which point it's just like, holy frack! It's crazy. So, Clarissa seeing Karma get raked across the, conjures a small bead of red energy in her hand, chucks it directly up over Karma, hoping that her aim is true. It goes slamming into it ends up slamming. There's a slight small explosion as the firebolt detonates directly over the Umbra Hulk. The shot was a little high, but it still managed to hit the Umbra Hulk just to deal enough damage. There's a slight smell of burning insect on it.
Ugh.
Begins to pervade through the cavern. Brings us to Ryven. Ryven, roll a d20 to see if you can break the spell.
16.
Yep. So as you're standing there and you're seeing and you all of a sudden see this giant explosion is enough to the shockwave of the explosion is enough to shake you, and you end up kind of being like, all right, I can do this. Are you averting your eyes?
What does that do if I were to avert my eyes and try to attack?
It would make your attacks be with disadvantage. Otherwise, as soon as you make eye contact with the thing, you have to roll the charisma save.
I make eye contact with its eyes or it?
It.
Oh fuck! I was like, I'm behind it. You know what? Let's do this with disadvantage.
Go for it.
All right, 3.
3 attacks with disadvantage.
I'm gonna roll them individually so we know
Go for it.
instead of doing it as one massive fuck all. 12. 2. Okay, so that misses. That's a 10 with disadvantage. It's a 3.
Oh.
Yeah. 3 and a 13, so that misses. 12 and 2. So that misses. I missed everything.
So as Ryven kind of like realizing that, oh god, if I attack this thing with like while looking at it, so he takes his head, looks in the opposite direction, lunges forward, finds nothing but air, turns his head again to the other direction, swipes with his fist, finds nothing but air again, and kind of ends up stumbling forward this time. He, in desperation, goes like full catfight swiping and just completely misses on all of it. Just nothing finding porches.
I'm gonna move away, and I'm pretty sure, even though I miss, he doesn't get to hit me.
Alright.
Alright. Go back to my original place, which was only 20 feet away. I can go anywhere I want in this building. I can move like 100 feet.
You're just ridiculous. This brings us to Karma.
Thank you, hate.
Do a roll 20 or roll a d20 to see if you can shake the effects.
15.
Yep, that'll. As soon as you feel the rake across the front of your body, and then all of a sudden feel like the giant impact of a mace getting slammed into your back, enough to shake you out of it. At the beginning of your turn, are you averting your eyes?
Yes, I'm averting my eyes.
Right.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to disengage.
Go for it. So getting the hint, Karma is
Over
like,
here.
fuck this
And
shit,
then
I'm out. Boop.
Yep. And then I'm going to use one of my actions to tell everybody, or just yell out loud, "Don't look at them." And then using my other action, because I'm hasted, I'm going to ask Tyrion for some healing since he's right next to me.
Okay. Brings us to Brings us to the Underdark.
Oh god.
Alright. The Umber Hulk jumps up in the air and ends up jumps up in the air, ends up diving, like kind of doing like an odd little dive into the ground as mud and dirt begin going splattering everywhere. He ends up burrowing and coming up right about there.
Ow.
Oh god.
Oh, jeez.
Oh dear god.
And he's going to make 2 attacks, one against Errol and one against Clarissa.
Right, I'm gonna use my reaction to put shield on myself.
Go for it.
It just happens.
Yeah. So as Clarissa, as you feel the ground begin to tremble directly underneath you, you're like, shit, and you slap yourself in order to get, and you feel the magical energy all around you. The mural, 21 to hit,
Ouch.
and then Clarissa, 12 to hit.
No, thank.
Really? Oh.
Yep.
In Mural, you take 9 points of slashing damage as a claw comes streaking out of the ground and raking across. The armor, your armor mostly catches it, but you still feel some still feel a little bit of blood begin to trickle down your side. Clarissa, feeling the ground, getting a second to cast shield on yourself, you feel a a claw come out from the explosion of earth underneath you. The magic, however, the arcane energy and the arcane force manages to push the claw and divert it just enough that you're able to, like, you're still backed into a corner, but you managed to stay safe from that. Brings us to Salix.
So I'm gonna like shake my head, trying to clear my vision.
Yep.
And like, what just happened? Carmen was just standing next to me. Where did he go? And seeing my mace covered in blood, and like, what? And turn around.
Averting your eyes.
Nope. Because I'm surprised that there's a motherfucking Underhulk behind me.
roll your charisma modifier. Roll your charisma saving throw.
Like, where did you come from? No.
Shit.
No! Natural 1!
Roll your d8.
Oh, Salix. Why?
D8, you say?
Yeah, d8. Roll d8.
3.
As you turn around and are surprised as like, holy crap, there's an Underhulk here. Your eyes make contact with it, and your body, you feel your brain like once again telling you to move. Your body is just, you're stuck. You can't move at all or do anything. Just
Sweet.
even though your brain's like
combat effective.
you just find yourself paralyzed by fear. This brings us to the top of the round with Emerald.
I am going to drop my storm.
Okay.
Going to use my bonus action to cast Flame Blade
Go for it.
as a second level spell.
Cool. Using Celeste as the
Yes. As the host for it.
Yep.
And I'm not going to avert my gaze.
Okay. So
That
roll
is
your
a
charisma.
17.
Yep. All right. So as you make eye contact with the Underhulk, you feel a magical presence in the back of your mind, but you manage to shake it off and continue on focusing on Celeste in your hand and focusing on the spell as Celeste ignites into flame.
And that is 15 points of fire damage.
Damn, son. So as you focus on Celeste slashing with all your might, you end up streaking across the front of the Underhulk, flames ripping past it and searing the wound just as you go past it. As the front of its body is starting to look singed, and once again that smell of burning insect is there. You start to see a little bit of blood trickling down. What you gather is its mouth, but it's still looking like it's a little pissed off. Tyrion is going to take his action because here, and he's going to do some curing wounds on you, Mr. Karma.
Yes. I was afraid he wasn't going to do anything at all. I was like, well, that was a waste. Because I have 2 potions, so I was considering whether to do a potion or yeah. Go ahead.
He's going to do cure wounds on. Cast it as a second level spell. 12 points of damage as you feel the divine energy course right.
All right.
This brings us to Clarissa, who is currently with her back against the wall and an Underhulk directly in front of her.
Okay, so is there any way I can disengage and like edge around the wall to get away from the thing?
Yeah, you can take your action to disengage.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that.
Go for it.
So I'm gonna like edge around the wall like this, and then try to shove past Salix and like stand on the hide in the dead thing, like stand on it.
Are you standing on it, or are you trying to like curl underneath of its body?
Sort of like curl underneath of it.
Okay, make make a stealth check.
Yeah, that works for me.
Because
Question mark?
16.
So you being a gnome and knowing how to get into very, very like small crevices and tight places, you manage to find like a way to kind of squirm underneath its arm. There's a second where like you kind of get stuck and your feet are kind of flailing behind you, but you manage to like kind of push yourself underneath of its body and like kind of get like in a place that you think you're gonna be safe from it, but it smells bad.
Go?
There's some blood dripping on you. It's not the most pleasant area you've been in before.
Oh, I passed my charisma saving throw, by the way, because she still has not gathered not to look at the thing.
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
I
And the
I
whole
yelled out not to look at him.
The whole time
What?
while she's moving away from it, she's just going, nope, 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 nope.
Nice. What'd you roll for your charisma, by the way, just out of curiosity?
16.
Okay, yeah, you said. All right. This brings us to Ryven. Ew.
Are you muted, Ryven?
Monk, please.
Ryven.
Paging
Earth to
paging monk,
Ryven.
paging monk to the Umberhulk. To the Umberhulk.
Uh-oh. He might have to miss his turn.
There it is.
Hello?
There you are.
There we go.
Yeah, he dropped my call again.
Oh. Sad. Okay,
Oh, we just got to you.
Oh,
Ryven, it's your turn.
Okay. Anything happened between Clarissa and Gold?
Clarissa got out. That's about all.
I figured she got out, but I didn't know something happened.
She's hiding underneath the body of one of the other.
How tall is this stalagmite right here?
The stalagmite's probably about 10 to 15 feet tall. Probably 10 to
Okay.
11.
So I'm not vaulting that thing. Cool.
No, unless you want to get impaled.
Not how I'm rolling tonight, no. Yeah.
Can always make an athletics check and try. You feel so compelled?
With 100 movement speed, I'm not gonna risk it. Because I can run back and forth the thing 3 times and then go hit it if I want to.
That's true.
So I'm just gonna head at him, fully aware that looking at him causes problems.
Alright.
Alright,
Charisma saving throw.
50.
As you feel, as you look directly at it, you feel a loud noise start to fill your ears, but you manage to shake it off. Manage to just shake it off. You
Thank God.
press forward.
Alright, I'm making 2 attacks on him. I am still looking at him because not looking at him failed miserably last time.
I'd like to.
Yeah. That's still a motherfucking natural 1.
Ouch.
Oh!
Uh-huh. That's the first swing. That's a motherfucking natural 2! Alright, we're changing dice.
Oh my god.
I'm done. Alright, and my third attack's a natural 3.
1, 2, 3.
Hey,
Yay,
only
he can
17 more
pound.
rolls and you can roll a 20.
Yep. Yep.
Roll a d20 and just roll a straight attack roll. Two?
Yeah.
Jesus.
So, as you go to attack the Emberhulk, you swing wildly, almost a little too wildly. You seem to be very shaken by the fact that you lost control of your body, and your fuck up of the last attack. You end up swinging, and as you finish swinging with your sword, you completely find just nothing but air. But you also misgauged how strong of a swing you are, and you end up swinging too far, and your grip on your sword actually ends up letting go. Your sword goes flying up the air, boom, 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 flips over about 3 or 4 times before coming down and landing directly, and ends up heading straight down directly for you. Make a dexterity check, dexterity saving throw. You're good at this one.
What is haste
You have
give me
advantage.
for that?
Advantage.
Advantage on Dex. Saving throw.
Find a dice that doesn't seem to hate me today. None of those 4.
So true.
Oh, thank God. Okay, 17 with
Plus 8, so
24.
something.
25.
Oh, so as you're as the sword ends up flying up in the air and flips over end over end, you look up, you see it ends up falling straight directly at you. You manage to back away just enough, but it goes boom and ends up slamming just about an inch away from your foot. You pick up your sword, grab it, ready for yourself for the next attack. Karma, over to you.
Okay, so all right. Can I occupy this space right here?
Can you occupy it?
Okay, so
You could move
let's say-
over to where in between Riven and Mural, and you'd be.
Okay, and then I take it I have to continue moving to like say here.
Well, that area is considered rough terrain right there.
Oh, this is rough terrain, but I can be here.
Like if you tried to like move like one space to the left of that spot, or one space to the left of that spot, yeah, that one would actually require an athletics check because that's like the pinnacle of the stalactite part is like rough terrain where it's kind of like congealed into.
Okay, and
If
if
that
I'm
makes sense.
yeah, it makes sense. And if I'm standing right here, am I within melee range of him?
Yeah, you'd be within melee.
Okay, so then Gout. Oh, geez, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and look at him as I do this too.
Go for it.
Even though I
Make your
know.
charisma saving throw.
Come on, dice, please. There we go. Okay, that's 17.
That'll save. You feel once again that odd ringing in your ear, but you manage to shake it off and go for your attack.
Okay, so then first one's gonna be with Valyrian Legacy. That is a 18 to hit.
That'll just hit.
Okay. I'll go ahead and roll damage with that one first. Sneak attack.
That one. It's whatever the first one that hits is the sneak attack damage, since you have other allies within melee of it.
Okay. $17.
17 damage.
6 of which is fire.
Nice. So as you take your dagger, you flip it in the air, catch it once, and end up slamming the dagger into the side of the Umber Hulk, activating the fire just as it gets in. There's a quick little flash as you pull the dagger out, and flame still emitting from that wound. It goes out quickly, but there's a small smoking hole in the side of the Umber Hulk.
Alright, so then second attack, I'll roll just regular dagger in my offhand. It's 15.
That'll miss.
Okay, and then with my bonus from haste or whatever,
Yep.
I'll attack again with Valyrian. It is a 18.
That'll just hit as well.
Oh, I didn't add him on my +2 from last time. I'll make sure to do that this time. 7 total.
7 damage. Okay. So as you go to attack with the other with your offhand dagger, you end up slamming into them, but the dagger kind of right off the just glazes right off the natural armor. You follow through with your third attack and slam in with Valyrian Legacy again. This time finding purchase, aiming for that same spot that you had just hit again. This time carving out a little bit more of the armor with it, and activating the fire again. Another smoking hole just begins to emit from it. There's not a lot of blood, but this thing is looking very rough right now. He's in a bad mood. All right. The Umber Hulk is going to take 3 attacks. Make one against Salix, one against you, Karma, and one against you. So, first one against Salix. 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay. You take a total of 9 points of slashing damage as a claw comes raking across the front of you and manages to deal some damage, and you feel once again some more blood starting to pool and the warmth of blood starting to pool in your armor, but whew, it hurt. For Karma, this one is going to be a 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
You take also a total of 9 points of damage as well.
I'm gonna go ahead and use Hellish Rebuke on that one.
Go for it.
It's a 13 DC. It's Dexterity.
Roll a 4.
All right.
So
Come
7
on,
total.
dice. $17 points of damage.
Great.
Fire.
How do you want to do this?
Oh yes. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna go the old-fashioned route. Basically, like his hands go across me and slash across my chest or whatever, drawing some blood, and I just point my finger right at his head, and like where his brain is just explodes, just a fiery explosion coming out where his head and mandibles were once.
So, as you feel the claw rake directly across the front of your body, blood goes spattering, and actually begins to set upon his claws. Your eyes go from the normal blue that you keep them with thaumaturgy to the straight white, and then to a very, very dark black, as all within about the span of about a good solid 2 seconds. As you just look at him, black flames start to emit from your eyes. The blood on his claws begins to crawl its way up its arm. It looks down at its claw, and as the blood ends up continues to crawl up towards its neck and ends up actually crawling into relatively where you think the mouth is at, you all of a sudden see it arch back in pain as all of a sudden the entire top of his head just goes explodes in a huge firestorm of just blood and gore and smoke emitting from where his brain is at. It falls down to the ground, absolutely eviscerated and destroyed.
Yes, that was awesome. Oh man, that was worth it, because I could have used my reaction to either have the damage or damage. Oh, that was nice.
Having come out the other side of that, with your enemies laying dead at your feet, you are left standing in a cavern with dead umber.
What in the world were those?
I look at Salix and calmly say, those were Umberhawks. For what they do, I do not know. I've only read them in books.
Well, I don't remember them. I don't remember fighting them very much.
By the way, Salix, I can attest that justice does hurt. You got me square in the back in the middle of that
Is that
fight.
where this little splat of blood came from?
Indeed it is.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Obviously, these things have some type of mind manipulation things, because when I looked at them, things went bad, so it obviously wasn't your fault.
Walk over to Karma. Is anyone else injured besides myself and Karma?
Just a little bit, but not too terribly bad.
Only
Nothing a short rest can fix.
Suddenly, Amiral, you hear Clarissa's voice pop in your head, and she goes, is it safe? Can I come out from under whatever this thing is?
Yes, Clarissa, you can come out. Just keep an eye out for anything, okay?
Ah, okay. So,
And I would like to go over to the body and see if I can remove the mandibles from the one that's still intact.
Yeah, make a nature check.
I go pick up my sword that I threw.
Yeah, you picked it up.
It's basically threw.
Nature check.
Say, like, so you're not
Okay,
here Ryven in the party
22.
right now?
I just don't want to talk over people.
Oh, okay.
That's 22.
Okay. So over the process, over the span of probably about the next 10 to 15 minutes, you manage to take one of your daggers and so like start carving parts of the Umberhold up. You manage to get both of the manacles, or the mandibles out and off of it. You manage to also get one of the claws and some of the bulk.
So I have 1 claw, 2 mandibles, and
About like 15 to 20 pounds of Umberhold armor.
Can we
Okay.
look around the room and see if there's any interesting bits?
Just keep.
Just around the room in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like perhaps other corpses or something?
So looking around the room now, and looking around this cavern now, you do realize it's about, from what you can tell, about 60 to 70 feet up before there's other stalactites that are encroaching downward. There's a small stream that is trickling down off to your left, and ends up actually flowing off of a ledge down. You're not really sure how far down into the farther area. Across the small stream, your light is able to illuminate a small passage that ends up heading down. That continues to head down the left, from what you can tell. About as far as you guys can see at the moment.
Clarissa's gonna cast Prestidigitation on herself to clean off all the Umberhold goo.
Go for it.
Yeah. So a huge gust of wind sweeps through the cavern and picks up some of the water from the stream and just splashes it on her, and then a bigger gust of wind from the opposite direction blows it dry and blows all the goo off.
So as that happens, there's a sudden foosh of just different smells that are different smells, and Clarissa all of a sudden seems to smell both of gross, wet water, and then as it dries, Clarissa, you find yourself smelling like burnt insect.
Yeah. Well, I guess that will have to do for now. Muriel, why are you playing with that, whatever that thing is?
Well, I guess if we're gonna kill it, might as well make use of whatever it had, because it hurt us quite a bit.
Kill us? Kill it? Oh yeah, I guess we did. Yeah.
And I go back to
What'd you say these things were again? Emperor Hulks?
Umber Hulks.
Oh. I wonder if they're magical.
It's an Arcana check.
You can make an Arcana check if you want for it.
Sure. Why not? I'm sure nothing horrible will happen. And because I'm in my kitchen, I'm going to use the.
This would actually be a nature check.
Okay. I don't think I have any modifiers to that, so it would just be a 13.
It'd be your intellect modifier.
Oh, okay, so 16.
So since Umber Hulks normally don't have you weren't one of the creatures that you had personally studied, and it wasn't like your primary focus. You try to recall whether or not they had any magical properties to them. You knew that like a lot of beasts throughout the lands, that there's many beasts throughout the lands that do have some magical ability, and their ability is mostly rooted in being able to survive in dark, deep places, places where there's not normal light and need some way to feed, so they are able to incapacitate them. through either paralyzing them, fear, or using the power of their brain in order to actually immobilize the enemy.
Hey, Emerald, while you're digging around in that, do you want to, like, pluck out its eyes and maybe grab its brain or something gruesome like that?
Brain might be a little hard to keep stable. The eyes I can probably throw into a vial if you so desire to have them.
Yeah, sure. Why not? What was I saying?
I guess I will roll a nature check to see if I can pull the eyes out.
Yep, go for it.
14.
Okay. As you what are you using to gouge the eyes out?
I have a dagger.
Okay. So you're using your dagger. So as you take the dagger with the first one, you begin to root around in it until you feel it, or as you feel the eye kind of pop, and the dagger goes down a little farther than it probably should. And you're like, and as you pull the dagger out, the eye is attached, but it looks like it is made of goo, and most of the eye is actually like remaining in the eye socket. It's kind of coming out in like strands, and very gross. As you reach around to the other eye, this time trying to be a little bit more careful, you start on the outside of the eye. Start on the outside, not necessarily directly in the eye socket, and you slowly start to carve around it. You manage to sever the optic. You manage to sever whatever's keeping it in there, and you're able to kind of wedging your knife behind it and the vial in front of you. You're able to slowly and very carefully slip that second eye into.
And I will hand that to Clarissa and go, do whatever you please with it.
Clarissa, she hands you a vial with an Umberhold guy in it.
Ah, why yes, thank you. I wonder why I wanted this. And Clarissa's gonna turn to Karma, who I see has wandered off a little bit, and yell, Karma! Why are we down here? Do you see anything? What?
So we were going after this child who now we've been down here for probably around 2.5 hours. I have no idea where he's gone. This is the only viable option that we had, so we're going down here trying to find him. And past midnight, I don't know. Do you guys want to continue on now, or do you want to head back to the surface and maybe take a day?
Well, to head back to the surface, it'll take us about 3 hours to get up back to where we were. And that's going to be morning probably by 10.
So Alex, make a perception check.
18.
I also have a natural perception of 17, by the way.
Yep.
Shadow.
I know, I'm listening. Yeah. Go ahead and keep talking, guys.
Yeah, it's gonna be way too long to trek all the way back up to the surface. Why don't we, let's kind of regroup and then explore this cavern a little bit. And by the way, when we leave here, I am not coming back to this disgusting sewer, so if you all are gonna leave and come back, you're gonna do it on your own, because this place sucks. And she turns around and looks at the Umber Hulk and then walks over to the body and kicks it.
So as Clarissa goes over to the Umber Hulk's body and kicks it, Salix, you notice and hear a tung out from in the darkness. A bolt comes flying directly past Clarissa. You feel a slight pinching on the a slight pinching and slashing on your arm. You look down and there is a bolt that is embedded in the ground next to you.
What the?
Karma, you feel, Salix, you hear a secondary ping from the opposite, from another direction.
Can I react?
Karma, there is also, you feel a slight pinching on the side of your armor as well, and you look down and there's a scratch, actually like across your forearm, across your upper bicep, that has appeared there. Clarissa and Karma, I need you both to make Constitution saving throws. And now you can react. Salix, if you feel so.
Crossbows! We're under attack!
Retreat?
Yeah, I'm coming to scoot
Oh, natural 20.
over here.
16.
Okay. Clarissa, as you look down at your arm and you feel your heart pulse and begin to pulse, you feel something starts to seize in your body, but you manage to shrug it off, and you manage to your body, being used to being underground, is used to different things, different foreign substance getting introduced to your bloodstream occasionally. So you're able to shrug it off. Karma, you unfortunately and you feel your body, you feel your blood and your heart pulse as all of a sudden your body seizes for a second, and like you continue to start moving forward, but you are now currently poisoned.
I'm going to cast Wind Wall from this corner here down 25 feet and then across 25 feet. It's a 50-foot wall, and it stops any projectiles from coming through.
As you begin to cast that, two more bolts come streaking out of the darkness. One at you, Salix, and one at you, Ryven. First one, both of just they end up passing just beyond the wind wall, just as the wind wall gets created. Salix, the first one will hit. That one will hit you. Ryven, the second one, or that one directed at you. You manage to see it. You manage to see it, hear the twang as you dodge out of the way. You take your wrist. You take your wrist and manage to basically just flick the entire crossbow in half as it goes flying down. Salix, you need to make a Constitution saving throw as well. Hello.
Salix.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm just looking at my stats. I don't think I have them marked right. I should have proficiency in Constitution. Anywho, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
As you feel it scratch, and your blood begin to pulse, you two are able to just feel your body seize for a second, but you're able to shake it off and shrug it off fairly easily.
Can I tell where they came from? They all come from the same direction?
They all came from different. A few of them came from different directions. You can't really tell from where though.
I'm just going to say to the group, we have about 50 seconds to choose if we're going to stay or we're going to leave, because that's as long as this is going to last.
We're going to move. We got to move fast. We can charge third and see what we can see.
Let's get out. Go. Backwards.
45 seconds.
Back.
Guys, I'm not feeling very well.
I want to grab Karma by his shoulder, his armor, and just kind of yank him backwards and start moving back out of here.
All right. This
way.
Yep. As you guys begin. So, Ryven, you're taking the lead.
Yeah, I'm gonna take point. I'm gonna be try to be as observant as I can of the things in front of me.
All right. So, Ryven, as you end up turning around and basically just running straight past Tyrion, you begin running up the hill, and the back up the cavern that you had originally came down. Tyrion begins running down towards Salix to help him out with Karma. Salix and Karma, you guys begin moving. Grooving. Clarissa, what else are you guys doing?
Who's the slowest moving currently? It'd be Clarissa, right?
It'd be Karma, actually. Karma and Salix are the slowest moving at the moment.
Shit.
I mean, I'm not breaking away from the group. I'm just taking point.
Right. No, you're moving up. This is all happening fairly quickly, so I just need to know who's progressing after you. What's going on?
Amiral, can you do the thing with the cat and I can ride on you? Because I feel like that would be useful here.
We need to get Salix and
at this point, Salix, Karma, and Tyrion have all kind of made it to about that mouth of the tunnel that you guys were beginning to walk up.
I'm gonna go bear form
Okay.
It's gonna still control the wall. Still gonna be up. I'm just gonna say before I put Tyrion and Karma on my, or not Tyrion, Salix and Karma on my back, and then I'm gonna proceed going up the hallway with both of them on my back.
Okay. So as you're still maintaining concentration on the wind wall, you transform into a giant bear. Salix throws Karma over your back and manages to kind of jump onto you as you go bounding back up the tunnel. Clarissa, you and Tyrion begin running. Tyrion runs right behind you, grabs you like grabs you around the waist and continues running up the tunnel. Clarissa, make a perception check over.
Perception. Okay. And yeah, 8.
8. So as you're being jostled around and as the wind wall slowly begins to fade, you see what appear to be about 5 to 10 individuals standing just beyond where the wind wall was. You're being jostled around so much, and you kind of get whoa as Tyrion lifts you up, and you can't really make out exactly who they are or what they are. But you swear that one of them has very white hair, or one and multiple of them have very, very white hair. A few of them seem to have crossbows, and another one of them has a very long, deadly-looking sword.
As we're running out of the room, I kind of want to scoop one of the crossbows off the floor and take it with me.
Scoop one of the what now?
The crossbow bolts that shot at us.
Make a dexterity check to see if you are able to pull that off.
A 13.
Okay. As you're running and helping Karma onto the bear, you notice that laying kind of right next to you is one of the crossbow bolts that embedded. It's the one that actually Ryven was able to kind of snap in half. You pick up the top portion of it and pick up the top portion, manage to put it in your put it into one of your side pouches, and you bolt onto the bear and end up heading back up into the tunnel. So,
okay, what are the effects of poison, just so I can play this correctly?
Poison, you are disadvantaged on all ability checks and all ability checks for the next hour. And you... Seconds. Actually, not right here. Poisoned for an hour. Disadvantage on all rolls. If you there's just disadvantage on all. Your body's not feeling super great. But with this specific disadvantage.
Okay.
So, you guys, your intrepid group is able to make its way back up the tunnel, back up to that 5-pointed juncture that you were at, to the ladder. As you guys make it back there, everyone's still in bear form. Karma and Salix are sitting on the back of the bear. What are you guys doing?
How long has it been?
Should have taken about 2 hours to get back there.
Yeah, to get back to where that point is, about 2 hours. Yeah. So.
And I would only have about 30 minutes on that.
Karma's still not looking great, but he's looking better than he was.
It's like, how you feeling, Carmen? Need me to patch up? I'm kind of low on spells for the day.
I'm feeling much better. I think if our plan is just to head back, I'll be able to make it, no problems.
As we're coming back to this junction back up here, does anyone remember the other 4 tunnels? Did any of them, the other ones, offer a promising?
The middle one.
The middle one.
They all looked exactly the same, and they were all very well-rounded, clearly man-made type tunnels. This one was the only one that looked more jagged than the rest. It looked like this was the only way to go. It looked like, I guess it looked more man-made than the rest of them. That makes sense.
If I
Well,
do recall,
did
there
they
was
end at
one.
dead ends, or did they go somewhere?
They went on farther than what my dark vision would allow me to see.
I imagine they probably continue through the rest of the city, right? This one was the only one that looked like it went somewhere else.
I'm feeling
Yes.
pretty soft. I think because we've discovered this tunnel, or this barrel that had the secret ladder, that we're definitely onto something. But I'm exhausted. We need to rest.
I caught a
You're-
glimpse of our attackers, by the way. But first, before I describe them, did anybody else get a feeling that they weren't deliberately aiming at us? They had us dead to rights, but those bolts didn't hit any of us directly, as far as I can tell.
I want to pull a
As
bolt.
you're
Go
as you're saying
We
as
need
you're
to
saying
go.
this as you're saying this or Clarissa, your stomach lets out a very large growl.
Oh,
You look down and you're just like a little hungry.
I pulled
I
a.
think
You have-
this is not the time to talk about this. We need to get out of here. For all we know, these guys can be chasing us right now.
I mean,
Aren't you
it's a
still
very
in
narrow
there?
tunnel.
No, I'm just gonna growl a whole bunch at this point.
You just hear this.
All right, back up the ladder, guys.
Upon
Let's-
hearing that, well, Emerald, to counter your argument, I'm gonna pull that bolt out of my pocket.
As Amiro kind of is doing like pointing dog style at the exposed hole, just letting out a bunch of little just a lot of guttural bear noises.
But can I recognize any markings or show it around the group and see if anyone recognizes perhaps anything about it?
Make an investigation check actually.
Investigation check.
Can I do that as well, or aid him? Either way.
You can. Yeah, you could both make an investigation check if you want to.
Unnatural 20.
Gordon. Okay, so
Natural
you.
17.
So as you're looking over the bolt, it looks like a regular crossbow bolt. There's not any normal markings. You do notice that the tip appears to be coated in some form of slick kind of appears to be coated in some very thin, or thinly coated in some form of like slick purplish liquid. Or what, you're not sure, but it appears to be coated in some form of liquid.
Is anyone familiar with poisons?
I've had some dealings with them.
Oh,
you know what I'm familiar with?
Surprised. I am familiar with poisons, actually.
What do you make of this?
What do I make of that, Shadow? What do I need to roll?
Roll an investigation check as well. Actually, no, this will be more of a history check for you. This will be more of a history check.
At this point, I'm going to kind of like
17.
shimmy Karma and
Yeah, I've
So,
I've
So,
saw
Karma,
them now.
you feel as the giant bear kind of it begins to starts to like kind of wet dog shake, and you kind of get the hint you should probably get off. So Ryvan, as you take the bolt and as you take your fingers and kind of like rub two fingers together with some of the poison in between, you taste it. You taste it a little bit, spit it out real quick. You recognize this very quickly as I gotta pull it up. As poison that is favored by drows.
Okay. I'm gonna
You
tell
recognize
the
this
group
you recognize this fairly quickly as drow poison. It's got a very specific taste to it. It's got a it has a very specific taste to it. It also has a very specific just kind of feeling to it as it's rubbed between fingers and over the skin.
Alright, so I want to tell the group that it's most likely drows that attacked us. This is a very common poison that the drows create and use.
Oh
What
yeah,
is a drow?
I definitely saw tall, light-haired, scary-looking things before Tyrion grabbed me. I guess is that what a drow is?
I don't know if I know what drows are. I'm
Yeah,
assuming
aren't
I do something about them,
They're-
that they exist.
They're kind of like
I would
secret-
know.
Make a history check if you guys want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm gonna unshapeshift and be like,
Thor.
"We need to go now."
Okay. I have a feeling I know what they are.
Emerald, if they haven't caught up to us by now, I think we'll be fine if we at least guard this tunnel. They can only come through one at a time.
Raven, you're familiar with drows. You've heard of them. They were fairly active in your study. You remember specifically back to your training at the monastery how there was one individual who did not pass all the way through the training. Only made it to the second portion of the training. Who had a very gray skin, very white hair. Normally a smaller individual, normally kept it to himself, but yet he was still a very aggressive individual. It was, you remember learning that he was a race specifically called Drow. It was, and when you asked one of your leaders about, or one of your masters about him, it was you were told that many years ago, shortly after the Dawn War, there was a group of elves that actually split off from the main group of elves, or from the main colony of elves that was originally placed on the on the world of Tarast itself, and they ended up through dark magic and through the worship of their deity, ended up diving down into the earth. Began living down there. Have been living down there ever since. It has affected their body, their mentality, and has changed them. So where they still share the same pointed ears and the longevity of elves, they are a much darker race and a much more aggressive race than the elves normally are.
Okay.
You convey all that, so you convey all that.
Okay, yeah.
As you're,
well, I'm gonna leave out
right
why I know this, but yeah.
You convey what they are, basically.
Yeah.
Wow, Ryan, that was very eloquent of you.
I've specifically had run-ins with Lolth worshippers before, so surely one of them was a drow, perchance.
Yeah, I remember reading about these guys. They're not very friendly.
Anyway, let's head back to the surface, don't you think?
Do we want to head back to the surface? I am loath to go back up there. So we've come all this way. Clarissa said she's not going to come back down. This is clearly the way we need to go.
And by persuade, I mean lots of pastries, and probably find me somebody to hang out with. She makes air quotes. As she makes the air quotes, you all get a very strong knowing of what she means.
Clarissa, you remember why we came to Eros in the first place, right?
Yeah. Find the missing kiddos, but I don't think they're down here. Our only lead was that big giant white building, right? And I don't exactly think there's a big giant white building under here.
Our lead is the snakes, and the Avista pointed us to this house.
It was Riven and Thangart who saw through the portal, is that right?
I saw it. And myself.
And Karma saw through? All four of you? There was no way all four of you were through.
I was right next to Riven.
So it would have been Riven, Karma, and Thangart? Is that it?
And I was around the other side of the portal.
All three of you make history checks.
Oh, you're gonna hate me. 25.
Let's see. History.
Mine's
not good enough. So don't worry.
Okay, so Amiral, as you're trying to think back to this, back through everything and going through going through everything that you personally have gone through and are trying to remember about this white citadel that you guys are have been anxiously searching for, but have not been able to find any records of. You do remember that as you were looking through the portal, while you did see the Lady in Shadows and this very tanned, white-haired individual with a hooked nose standing in front of you, and looking past that, even seeing the white citadel, and also seeing the the shanty town of tents and of other buildings around this White Citadel. You remember not seeing something hits you, and you remember not seeing any sunlight or any moonlight or any starlight from behind the Citadel. Now whether or not that was from lighting in around the area or something, you can't tell, you can't remember, but you just remember not seeing any of those things when you look through the portal.
It could be a very well possibility that they're down there, but I'm not certain.
Why do you say that?
When we looked through the portal, there was no moonlight, there was no sunlight, and there was no stars. That's as far as I could gather.
Well, that does rather sound like underground, doesn't it?
Was there any? I don't remember because I have a horrible memory apparently. But was there anybody there that could have? I mean, I think it was the Lady of Shadows.
And then there was another man, white hair, crooked nose, tan skin. Clarissa just said that there was a guy down there with white hair and light-colored skin.
I feel like this is where we need to go, guys, but I don't think we should do it right now. Let's go lick our wounds a little bit and head down there.
Yeah, we are not prepared for this.
So
and if
it's right here.
I'm not camping in the sewer. We're at least going to ascend this damn ladder where we're not as likely to be ambushed.
Remember where we are right now. We're waist deep in filth.
We are?
So-
I thought we
It
were
smells like absolute shit.
At this point, you hear a voice coming from above the ladder, and you look up and you see a small light, and you just hear Tyrion's voice saying, "I don't know about you, but I'm gonna be up here enjoying some nice wine."
I'm coming, Tyrion. Clarissa ignores everybody else and starts to climb the ladder.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up as well.
I'm gone.
Everyone ascends the ladder back up into the blue house that you fought in. There are still body parts and bodies of the ghouls that you fought. Still piles of ashes around.
And I'm assuming it's morning.
It's not quite morning yet. It is approaching that time. But as you walk out onto the streets, you do start to hear some carts starting to move. Some carts starting to move around, and different things. Some people starting to move. Some voices starting to echo through. And there's a slight glow to the sky, as it looks like the sun is about to begin rising.
Oh gods, I am so hungry. Clarissa, before we go up, could you clear us up? Could you clean us up by any chance?
There's no point doing it down here. Let's just do it when we get out of this damn
We
sewer.
are upstairs.
We're up in the house.
I was confused. Yeah, everybody hold still, and then she's gonna cast prestidigitation to clean everyone up.
All right. You feel a very strong gust of wind as Clarissa goes to clean everybody up.
Alright, let's go back to Brea's then.
Do we need to go all the way back there? I mean, what are we going to do when we're there? Are we just going to come back to this house?
Listen to Priesty. He really likes the sewers.
I really feel like we should go back, regroup a little bit, perhaps get Brea. She's surely going to want to help us out with this. In addition, if I can make contact with the Avista again, they clearly hated the Nazdaran snakes. So if I can get word to them that we have reason to suspect that they are still operating within their boundaries, they might just want to send somebody to help us out, or just go clear it out by themselves.
I imagine that the city guards and the mages college are probably not thrilled that there are Drow operating under the city, right? So we should probably
I would
warn.
assume not, because Drow are not good at all. And I kind of just bring up a loogie and I spit it on the ground after saying Drow.
I look poor, not poorly, but I kind of scowl at Amiro. I'm like, not all members of every race are evil. Remember that. But yes,
I know.
by and large, Drow are not particularly great individuals. We should probably at least make some contact the people that we know within the city. In doing so, I don't know about you guys, but I'm famished and ready to pass out from being tired and both wounded down there multiple times. Let's go get some good sleep on some good beds and then eat some food and regroup.
And stop at a stand in the market and get a pastry.
Yes, all of those.
Pastry.
It's food.
Pastry?
Pastry.
So as you guys, and as your group begins making its way back through the Yolamp district, the sun does finally start to peek over the walls and over the tops of the houses within the Yolamp district. There are people that are starting to come out. There's as you continue to walk down the Dragon's Throat, the smell of freshly baked bread and freshly baked pastries begins to fill the air as you're walking down the Dragon's Throat.
The first pastry I see, I want to buy.
Looking around, there's a portly individual who's just starting to set up, has just opened his doors and starting to set up shop outside. He's opened his windows. There's along the road. There's some smoke coming out of the window. He appears to have a large tray of pastries sitting at the window.
All right. So how many of our group are there right now? There's seven, six.
Look, we might as well just buy that whole thing because I'm going to eat half of it.
I will go up to him and I will say how much for the tray.
Oh, the tray, you say?
Oh, for the pastries on the tray, I mean.
Yeah, that's what I assumed you meant. You want the whole tray? And,
Yes, please.
And looking down at the tray, you realize it's about 40 to 50 pastries that are sitting on this thing. Like, this thing's like ridiculous. Normally sell them for about 2 or 3 silver per pastry. I could sell you the whole thing.
Yes, I pull 5 gold out of my purse and I hand it to him.
He takes the gold and looks at it and says, "Take the tray as well."
Have a good day, sir.
Pockets the gold, and turns in. He walks back inside, and obviously walks back inside. Is hobbled. Probably makes more pastries.
Oh, gimme. Pastry.
Yes, all of that.
As you pick up the tray, it's scalding hot. By the way.
Oh, well.
Nah, I'm indifferent to this.
I have an immunity to fire, so I just pick it up and I hold it for everybody else while I'm just nomming them. Crazy.
Okay.
Perfect.
You eventually make your way back.
Salix is angry.
As we expect, nothing less. You eventually make your way back through the Yolamp district to Rana's Grove. You eventually find your way to Brea's to the Voxeris family estate. You find your way back to the Voxeris family estate. Oh, it's hard today. Find your way back into the estate itself. You find a awake and moving Maximus. Walking through the house as you guys enter the front door.
And I say breakfast is on us and point at the pastry tray.
And they're all gone at this point.
As you point at the pastry tray, there's about 2 left.
I guess not. Apparently, the 40 of them are gone from my companions. If you want, have one.
Thank you. He looks fairly confused. And can I take the tray for you and have it cleaned and then put with your in your rooms?
You can keep the tray. You can keep the tray, Maximus.
He kind of looks over the tray as like, okay, and shuffles off. Right. What's the plan?
Salix is gonna walk into the backyard.
Salix, you walk into the backyard. As you walk into the backyard, you see you see Jackson and Jacqueline and their owlbear Jace playing throughout part of the garden. Looks like they're playing some form of hide and seek as Jace is frantically chasing after them, and then kind of gets lost as as Jackson like ducks behind one of the bushes. Jace chases after him and looks kind of confused where Jackson actually went. Jacqueline then comes around and playfully taps Jace on the side, and then also darts off. And it seems to be kind of this weird, like, kind of back and forth playing of the twins and of Owlbear. Eka is just standing, or is just sitting by the pool, not by the pool, by the center fountain in their backyard, reading something by the look of it.
And I'm also going to follow Salix as well outside.
All right.
I want to go inside. I'm going to write a short letter in Thieves' Cant to the guild. I keep on saying the guild. I want to write a short letter to the Vista saying, just very briefly, sewers, most likely snakes. Dro must speak.
Okay. You do such. Salix, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go over by the pool and set up my things for prayer.
Okay. You do such. You begin your morning prayer. It's fairly hard to concentrate on it, just with the kids, with the children running around and laughter pervading the air. But you manage to find some. You manage to find some area to just kind of sit down and really focus on your connection to Helm and to him and to your deity and everything that has transpired. About an hour into your prayer, you feel that connection with Helm very solidify, and you feel as though he is telling you that you are on the right track of where you are heading to. As you open your eyes and finish your prayers, you look down at Judgment, which is laying in front of you, and there's a slight glow to it. There's a slight glow to it that eventually all coalesces onto the top null portion of your mace.
I've never seen this happen before.
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna pick it up and examine it.
As you pick it up, the glow still stays there, but a voice, but not even a voice, just an image flashes through your head of undead and of undead dying, of an undead creature, and your mace swinging, and Judgment swinging towards it. And before the mace even hits the undead creature, the body begins to disintegrate as the mace gets closer and closer and closer. As the mace swings through, the entire body just explodes in a cloud of ash.
Whoa. Okay. I'm going to sheath. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna put it on my belt and go upstairs and say, "If you need me, I'll be resting." Let me know when you all are ready to do something.
Okay.
Yeah, well.
Karma's finishing up his letter. Emiro, are you doing anything?
I am going to tend to, because before I was looking at, I planted some moon seeds in the back corner of the yard. I want to go check to see if I can harvest any moon seeds. As you head back and look at them, you find them beginning to sprout and beginning to grow. As you've only planted them probably a little under a week ago, there's not as much growth as you're hoping, but within the next 2 to 3 days, you expect to find them beginning to fully grow, and you're probably able to get your first real harvest of them. Okay.
Within that time.
And I will proceed back to the house and have my Zen moment snooze thing.
All right. Ryman, you do anything?
I need to meditate to sleep. It's been a very long time.
All right. So, as you guys and Clarissa, are you doing anything?
Sleeping.
Sleeping. You're okay. So Clarissa's walked into her room and just zonked out. Tyrion has also disappeared and has into his room and is sleeping. After about 7 to 8 hours, everyone wakes up, feels well rested.
So, for that letter, I just wanted to place it outside the house like they told me to when I'm done.
Okay.
And I just like.
Okay. You do such. After about 7 to 8 hours, everyone comes to consciousness. Whether it's in your bed, whether it's in your beds, thinking about all that has transpired, or rousing yourself and feeling that connection, feeling the connection back with your deity, or just a very full tummy in Clarissa's case. You all rise yourselves and find yourselves meeting back in the main waiting room.
Is Judgment still glowing?
As you look down at it, Judgment appears to no longer be glowing, but you do feel some energy that was not there originally.
Kind of want to walk up to Clarissa and say, I'm sorry about my behavior earlier today. I was exhausted. I should have known better. It's just that we've been here for 4 days now, and made only marginal progress in what we're trying to accomplish here.
Marginal progress for you, maybe.
Well, for finding these missing children, granted that you joining the Mages College is definitely good and for you personally, and I'm glad and I'm happy for you, but I want to find out what happened to these children.
Is Brea around?
You don't see Brea.
Okay.
Is
I'd like to ask
Simon?
Maximus. I'd like to ask Maximus about where Lady Brea is.
Yeah, one second though.
Okay.
Sorry, did not have a note ready that I wanted to have ready for tonight, but it works. Okay. So as you, all right. So we're gonna start with. So as you asked Maximus, as you go and find Maximus, you find him in the kitchen, helping a rather elderly, an older gentleman who's completely bald on top, a very long, almost down to his belly button, full beard, helping him prep some form of food.
Greetings. Well, what's your name?
My name, sir? Maximus says, this is Reginald. He's our cook.
Well met, Reginald. Your food is delicious. Thank you for that.
Thank
Maximus. Maximus, where is Lady Brea?
Miss Brea has not returned from the college yet. She seems to have taken quite a liking to her studies from the...
Ah, well, that makes sense for someone who just discovered that part. Thank you.
She has sent word and asks how you are doing, but I haven't seen you for the past full day. I was starting to get worried, but adventuring groups never tend to stay in one area too long.
If you can, would you send her word that we could use her help? We've made quite a discovery, I believe, on our way to finding the missing children.
Oh, very well, very well. I will make sure that that it gets delivered to her personally.
Thank you, Maximus.
Okay.
No, and notice I said Maximus.
Yeah. As you pause, there's a slight little, like you see his body tense, but then you finish his name and it relaxes. So Salix, as you're about to hand your mace and hand judgment over to Clarissa, you realize that this is more of a divine thing, and it should be in your handouts.
So it is.
Priesty, why are you sticking your mace out at me? Are you trying to tell me something? Because
Oh, it's just I thought you could perhaps help me solve something that happened yesterday. But I think I may have figured it out on my own.
Okay.
But
most lads figure it out by the time they're like 12 or 13. But
Yes.
I'm happy you figured it out on your own.
Yes, thank you, Clarissa. I appreciate your help.
Now, anyway, so what's the plan here? I believe I have a tiara that should be ready today. I would like to go pick that up. And then, I don't know, I would like to go to the college to see if anybody there knows about drow activity in the city, and if they're concerned about it, maybe we could get some assistance. Perhaps somebody should seek out the city guard and notify them that there are evil, nasty, batty elves hanging out under the city.
Am I back in the room by this point?
Yeah, you'd be back in the room at this point.
Okay. I'm going to say, I suppose that wouldn't be a bad choice, but also I have already notified the Evesta. I don't think they would take too kindly to me joining them. Also, it's important that we keep in mind that I am on a time frame with them. If I don't get back to them one way or the other, two of our party are not going to be very good, and I don't think that the rest of us will stand for that. I know I won't.
Yeah, Carmen, you were mentioning to me earlier about perhaps more than one of us might be threatened. Perhaps now is a good time to talk about this.
Not now, Salix. Ask me again, perhaps once we're done with today's activities. And I want to kind of look over at Ryvan and be like, hey.
Hey. Are you actually saying hey? Or are you
No, I'm just gonna like.
I
want to be like, we need to talk, but don't say. So I want to try and purvey that through just looking at him.
Doesn't
You get
look
a
like
very-
he's flirting with me.
You get a
It feels like he's flirting with me. Give me a little winky eye over there.
you get a weird look from Karma. It looks like he's trying to like just stare at you. Like it's unblinking. His eyes are like this piercing blue. His body stance is almost forward, and like his eyebrows are raised. It's not flirting, but it's like he's just trying to stare at you intently and like taking everything about you.
I'm just gonna put up that displacement cloak of mine.
You flip the hood up of your displacement cloak. Your image begins to start to like shimmer and kind of starts to shimmer out of place. There now appears to be two of you, where one should be.
Awkward.
Wow, there is so much sexual tension between you guys. You all need to get out more.
I'm gonna roll my eyes and be like, okay. So
So we're going to college today. What else?
you guys are going to the college. I suppose I'm probably gonna have a note anytime now. What is everybody else doing?
Whoa. These you guys. The college is for members only. I'm going to go alone. Although anybody who wants me to pick up my tiara, they're welcome.
I will come with you, Clarissa.
Okay, but I'm probably not gonna. I'm not going to try to get you into the college though, since they made it very clear that the grounds are for students and members of the Mages Association only.
I might have something that might pique their interest.
Yeah, all right. I suppose you can come along your company.
Tyrion and I will go visit the dragon spawn and tell them about what's under the city, and we can also divest ourselves of that equipment that we picked up last night.
Speaking of which, I would take one of the short swords if nobody has an objection.
Yeah, go ahead.
I thought you already had one. Yeah.
Yeah, I meant to say that already, but I guess you guys didn't. Okay, whatever. That's fine.
I was under the impression you already had one. I think the rest of the problem back.
Before we leave, take the mandibles and the claw out of the bag of holding.
Okay.
And give the bag to Salix.
Okay. No. Clarissa, would you take this? I take out
Where
the.
Where did you have the mandibles and the claw beforehand? Or are you taking them from the bag of holding?
I'm taking them from the bag of holding and putting them
got
in my bag.
Okay.
I'm leaving the armor fragments in there.
Okay, cool. Okay, you do that. Salix, do what you're saying.
Can I give Clarissa? Would you take this? It's that blue gem or that strange blue sapphire.
Yeah, I was gonna I meant to suggest that to you the other day. The Mages Guild seems to have a desire to investigate magical objects, and this thing would certainly qualify. Yeah, I'll take it down there and see what they can find out about it.
Are you giving her? Sorry, I missed that.
I'd like you to take my necklace too, but I'm gonna save that for another time because I'm really loath to be apart from this.
Okay.
Do we still
about getting the stone back immediately in case they ask to keep it for analysis for some time?
Well, it's useless to me without knowing what it is, so yeah, that's fine.
What blue stone was this? Sorry.
This is a strange blue gem, a mysterious blue sapphire shard with unknown magical properties.
Got it.
It's the one that I inspected.
One you picked up from Garland. Got it.
Yeah,
the one that I know what it is.
Thank you.
Kind of.
If while we're still here, is there anything left of the poison on that arrow or on the crossbow?
As you take the crossbow bolts and look over it and try and rub your fingers over it, it appears to be like the poison has dried off.
Okay.
All right. So
I would like to speak with Karma privately before we leave as well. So
go for it. So as the group is beginning to disperse, Salix catches you, Karma. You guys are able to find a fairly private space in the house.
So do you remember our conversation from last night?
Yes.
I'm gonna pull out the coin that he's seen before, and kind of twiddle it between my fingers and say, "Please don't lose this," and hand it over to him.
What coin is this?
It is about a palm-sized copper medallion with a claw, the emblem of a claw on it with 3 talons.
And where did you get it? I don't remember.
I never told you where I got it. I just showed it to you when we were on the Sphinx.
Okay. Is this special to you?
It is, and I spent a long time trying to figure out what this symbol means, and I've not found a single clue anywhere, but maybe the Avista has.
So you want me to ask them, of all people?
If you would, please. It has to do with what happened at Watchpoint.
Okay. Salix, I'm happy to help you, but I don't think this is the type of group to give sacred or valuable objects over to lightly. Last time I was there, when I woke up after they had knocked me out, they had even taken a little bit of what gold I had as kind of a token. I don't think that bringing a coin to them would be useful. I can ask them about it. I'll give it back to you and I can ask them about it.
Give me like a minute. And then, Shadow, you can charge me the appropriate amount. I want to get some paper and some charcoal and make a little rubbing of it.
Of the coin?
Yeah.
You're able to find charcoal and a piece of paper or like a piece of parchment just kind of laying about the house.
Oh, okay.
You've imposed so much on Bray's family that you highly doubt that this one piece of paper and a piece of charcoal from the fireplace will be missed. You take a minute, make a rubbing of both sides of the coin. Seems fair. Seems like it'll get the point across. Seems like it. You can very clearly see the the symbol of the claw itself on it.
I want to make a couple more of those, keep them in my bag, but I'll give
Yeah,
one
go
to
for it.
Carl.
Yep. Okay. Make about. You're able to on the sheet of parchment. You're probably able to make about 6 of them on the sheet of parchment. 6
Sweet.
different rubbings of both sides of the coin.
That's it for me.
And then so I'm going to just kind of thinking of that, the fact that they had taken some gold from me last time. I'm going to want to go to whoever's holding the brothel bag. I think it's a Meryl still.
So
And
It's whoever has
Salix.
it's whoever has
Salix,
the
that's it.
Okay,
bag
so
open now.
I guess while Salix is just right there, I'm going to say, can I borrow, say, 20 gold from that just in case I need to, whatever charges may happen, I'll give it back to you once I'm back if I still have it.
Yep. I don't see any problem with that.
All right. As you guys, all right. So as you begin heading out, it has passed roughly about noon at this point. It's probably about close to about 1 or 2 in the afternoon right about now. I'll say going forward, once we are done with your portion of it, you're free to go for the evening because where you guys go from here will probably you're more than welcome to stick around and listen to how the other portions go. But once we're done with your portion, that'll probably be where we end for the evening. Just a heads up.
Okay, cool.
So, we'll start. Anyone on a time crunch?
It's only 8 p.m. for me, boy.
Y'all, it's late for me.
It's 11 for me right now.
Yeah.
All right.
You East Coast.
You're not gonna have me much longer, yeah.
Ryvan, what do you do? Ryvan, what do you need to do? Anything?
I don't really need to do anything. It's really just a matter of who I tag along with.
You just want to hang out with me and Tyrion?
Yeah, where you guys going? Dragon?
We're gonna go to the Dragon Spawn and then sell off the stuff that we picked up last night.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'll stick with you guys.
All right, so we'll start with the Dragon Spawn then. So Tyrion, Salix, and Ryvan, you guys head on off to make your way through the Garden District again. This time you're a little bit more comfortable with it, you know kind of the direction you're heading to. You make your way to about that 50-foot wall, and you find 2 guards. Once again, 2 different guards this time standing outside of it. Oh my god!
Let me look at this dude's name. Could I request an audience with Commander Terra?
Commander Terra is currently busy at the moment, but we can leave a message for him, or we can take a message for him.
Just tell him that Salix Dren and his companions are reporting that we have found something beneath the city, and would like to speak it to him when we can.
All right. What's your group's name? Salix Dren. I mean, it's a fairly common name, but I feel like if you had a group name, it might be a little easier for us to convey who's trying to talk to him. A lot of groups coming back and forth. A lot of just names.
Yeah, we don't. That's something we'll work on. But we can be found at the Voxeris estate in the Rana district, in Rana's Grove.
All right. He kind of motions you hear the stuff. He kind of motions one of the guards standing off to the side. Walks in past the gate at that point and continues. And the gate closes behind him. The other guards just standing there.
Quick question: before we left, was there didn't happen to be a message from Ballard Silvertouched, was there?
Nope.
Sweet. Okay. All right. So let's go find some armorsmith / general store person.
Yep. Okay. You make your way back down to the Yolamp district. As from what you know of the city and of Veros, that's probably the best place to sell something. You find your way to a road that reads that's labeled the Iron Walkway.
What district are we in?
You end up making your way back to the Yolamp district, as that's where you are.
Okay.
As that's where you're most comfortable, unless you wanted to try to find something in one of the other districts.
No, that's probably the best place to go to sell stuff. So.
You guys head to the Yolamp district. You find a road called Iron Walkway. You find about Like, you find this entire road that stretches for probably a good solid, like, quarter of a mile to almost half a mile, and like somewhere between a quarter and to half a mile stretch of road that is just filled with just different with the sound of ringing of hammers on anvils and hammer on steel, and just people talking and walking back and forth to different shops. You catch different names of the different stores, like like just one that's just labeled the Hammer, another one that is labeled Ironworks, labeled Clockworks, different.
Okay, with all that, I want to try and find a likely place so that I could sell some common armor and swords.
Walking up to probably the closest one, you find an individual there. You're able to sell off. You walk up to the individual right there. It's a dwarven individual. A woman. Has long long and kind of tuffled like golden hair. As you walk in.
Okay. Greetings. Or good, probably afternoon by now.
I'll be with you in a moment. As she turns around and continues to hammer away at the piece that she's hammering on. You see her working on some form of a breastplate at this point. She finishes it. She douses it in a pail of water. Lets her tongs drop in the anvil. Walks over to you and says, good. Now what can I do? What can I do you for?
Good afternoon. My name is Salix Duren, and these are my companions, Ryven.
Holy man, huh?
Yes, I am.
Two holy men. Enough for that. Quite interesting. What can I do for you?
Well, I was hoping you could answer a question for me, and I have some. Today I'm looking less to buy and more to sell. I don't know if that's part of your business.
Well, if you show me what you got, I'll be able to hopefully help you out.
I show her what do I got? I show her 3 sets of leather armor, 1 long sword and 1 short sword.
Okay. As you pull out the leather armor,
they're certainly magical, aren't they?
Yeah.
As you drop all of it at her feet, she takes a moment to kind of look over all of it, picking it up, kind of testing the pliability of it. Well, it's definitely seen some battle and definitely some wear and tear on it. I could probably offer you about 35 gold pieces for the lot of it.
45 gold.
35.
35?
35 gold pieces for the lot of it.
It's probably worth a little more than that. How about 40?
Make a persuasion roll.
That is less than good. 6 plus 5. 11?
I could come up to 38 gold, but that's probably about all I could really do for this, and it's probably going to be the best price you're going to get.
You have a deal, and I hold out my hand.
She reaches to the side of her pouch, pulls out a sack of coins, counts it out, pulls about 5 or 6 gold coins out of the pouch, and hands you the pouch. You count it up. It's about it is 35 gold.
35,
38. Sorry.
Okay, and
she scoops up the armor and the short swords and places them and goes and sorts them into a few different barrels that she has.
And what was her name?
My name? Oh, my name is Amber. What can I do? Anything else I can do for you today?
Yeah, perhaps I have some sort of unique materials to work with. It's a bit more of some natural bits. Is there anyone on the Iron Walkway that works with natural components in constructing armor?
Oh, you're talking to her.
You? Okay. Well, have you ever
Absolutely.
worked with a Umber Hulk before?
Can't say I have. The New one? What did you happen to get to come across? Hulk hide. That's quite an
was,
interesting, quite a rarity among these parts.
In a cave deep underground.
Adventurous, huh?
Yes.
Quite interesting.
Well, if I wanted to work this into some sort of armor, you could possibly do that.
I could. It would. Depends on how quickly you're wanting it and what type of armor you're wanting.
Some general leather or hide armor.
Well,
what types of light armor can I choose from?
it's gonna be a house brew regardless of how you do it.
Okay, so yeah, whatever that is, and just a a general estimate of what that would cost.
Well, you're already providing the materials, and that's normally what the biggest cost is. Trying to think of exactly how much we'd be able to sell buy it for. And how quickly were you wanting this, actually?
Well, I assume that faster costs more. Let's
That'd be right.
What's an overnight job cost?
Overnight job? Well, you're probably looking at close to. Probably with the rush order, probably close to 400 gold pieces, since we'd be changing the since we'd be doing it overnight, and it'd be no sleep for me, and you'd also be working very, very rough or tough hide into an actual armor set.
Sure, that's understandable. What if you had a whole week?
If I had a whole week, I could probably do it for probably could do it about 150 gold pieces.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you, Amber. This actually isn't for me. This is for one of my companions that aren't here right now, but I will absolutely pass this along and recommend that they come visit Amber at the...
You look outside and you see it. See her shop is called the it's called the Iron Dragon.
At the Iron Dragon.
Yeah, shop belonged to my grandfather, but fortunately he passed away. Taught me everything I know. Which apparently is not how to speak in an Irish accent.
Okay. That's it for me for now. Is there anyone else that's still on that wants to do stuff?
Ryven, go ahead and make your perception check.
21.
Looking around, there's appears to be a lot of individuals walking up and down the Iron Street, and none that seem to be particularly out of place. You notice a few blind beggars, or a few beggars that are walking up and down the street. One appears to be blind, and appears to be sitting on the sidewalk. Sitting on the sidewalk at the moment.
I'm gonna keep a note of him.
Okay. You make a note of his appearance. He's fairly, like, he looks like middle-aged, about like mid-30s, mid-40s. Jet black hair. It doesn't look like it's been like cleaned or washed. For a long time. He's sitting just off to one of the side alleys at the moment in time. You mark where he's at. He's about 4 or 5 shops down the road from you, but you make a note of him. All right. Anything else you guys are doing?
I guess. Is anyone? Oh, well, Ryman's the only one who's actually here. Tyrion's kind of tranced out again.
Yeah,
True.
Tyrion's Tyrion's been slowly sipping on some of that Thistle brand wine that he got, and been wanting that. I probably won't tell him that.
Hey, you want to go to the Temple District? I don't have really anything else to do today, and I would like to speak to some people there, if possible.
I have no interest in going to the Temple District. In fact, I'll probably burst into fucking flames. I'm gonna head back to the establishment then. Our little base of operations, I think. I got
Ryman heads back.
no real
to,
shopping I need to do. Mostly because, actually, I need a gold subtraction from you, Shadow, for tattoos.
Oh, yeah.
You never actually gave me a cost.
About 50 to 75 gold pieces.
Okay, that was much less than I thought it would be. Alright, yep, no, I'm still good.
Okay, cool.
All right, I guess we'll see you back at the estate later this evening.
All right, so Riven needs to leave, or actually, Nick needs to leave here very, very soon, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to
End
talk
of
with
my
him
year.
before he left, but before my actual portion of this whole thing.
Go for it.
Okay, so I'd like to pull him aside if possible.
Yeah, this will be a retcon. Much as I hate doing that.
Okay.
We can do it in group. if
Unless you
want.
really want to get some sleep, man.
I'll give you about 10 minutes.
Okay,
I
I
gotta be up at 5, man.
don't think I'll need more.
Oh yeah, you should probably get some sleep like now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do that in chat. Just do that in chat. That's fine.
Yeah, I
works.
get up at 5 a.m.
That works. Get some sleep, man.
Alright, cool, guys.
Okay.
Good session.
So Salix says you're making your way to the Temple District. Riven departs and heads back to the Voxer family estate. Clarissa and Amirul, both of you make your way to the college. To the tech.
Oh, I was hoping to pick up.
Pick up the
I was hoping to
tiara.
pick up the tiara first.
Okay, so you make your way back to the wow, words are really hard tonight. You make your way
Yolap.
back to the Olamp district. You find do you remember this guy's name? I don't off the top of my head.
Sam?
No, not Sam.
Nope.
Yeah, the other guy, the
Yeah, you had
jeweler.
I don't have my page of names in front of me.
What's his description?
He was a human. I think he was a half-elf individual. It was kind of longer brown hair, if I recall correctly. Kind of a little prissier. Just very kind of like over the nose. As you walk in, he looks up and says, "Ah, yes, I've been wondering when you were going to come back for your tiara. It's quite ready and ready to go." Place the stone.
Fantastic.
He hands over the finished tiara to you, and also which is currently now inlaid with the stone into it as well.
Ah, wonderful. Thank you for your business, and I hope I've shown you that, traveling magicians are not all scoundrels.
That you have.
Well, all right, Emerald, unless there was anything you wanted, I think we're good to head to the college.
I would like to stop by Sam's for a bit.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and Clarissa plops the tiara on her head
So it was.
rather proudly.
Quinlan.
Oh, yeah. I
Quinlan.
didn't know his name.
If it saves time, I would DM you that and see what she has for like weapons.
Okay. Yeah.
Shadow.
Yeah, you can save time and say that you visit Sam's. And we can go through all that. Go through every.
Okay.
I prefer to save the shopping episodes for shopping episodes when I can only have to do that voice for so long. As much as I love doing her voice, we can save that for another time.
Need a little prep.
Hello, Sam. How are you today?
Oh, good lord! All right, so you guys make your way to the via way of Sam, which is kind of a very odd roundabout way that you end up having to go. I'll say that you did Sam, then you did the jeweler, then you went to Texria.
Okay, that'll work.
So, making your way to Texria, I get to put on different music, and I get to put on a different slideshow.
Uh-oh.
Those reasons. So, you make your way to Texria. You find your way into the main foyer of it. As you cross the outer boundary of it, Clarissa, your little badge that you had flashes for a second, and as you pass and you continue on forward, Amiral, as you cross the threshold of the gates, you feel a magical force begin to push you backward.
Yeah. I suppose I should have found out how to admit guests, not just if guests were permitted. Let's try something. Clarissa's gonna walk back out and grab Emerald's hand and say, "Okay, let's walk through like this."
Clarissa walks out and grabs your hand, interlacing her fingers with yours. It's very odd to have gnomish fingers get interlaced with your long elven ones. But she kind of makes it work. As she then crosses the threshold, her pin flashes again, and you feel a slight resistance, and then you are able to continue walking forward with her.
I guess that's how it works. Perfect.
I suppose so. Okay.
I will stay right beside you.
Yeah.
And
Question.
at this point, I'm gonna pull that really weird book I got out of the Shadowfell, and bring it into my hands when we're walking up.
All right, you do that. So you guys make your way into Texria. You make your way into the main hall of the college itself. It's a lot less crowded than it was on the day of the exams. However, you make your way in, and there's different students walking about, different other individuals walking about the area. What do you do?
Is there like a receptionist desk or like a magical secretary or something like that?
Looking about, there appears to be no such thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I haven't spent all that much time here. I suppose looking for the Department of Magical Items as such. Is there like a directory?
Looking about, you don't really see a directory. You see the same stand that had, or you see like the same stand that had different professors and different teachers who were here. And you walk up to it, you look around, look on that for a minute. You find magical that the primary person who deals with magical items, and there's a long list, but the one at the top is the main arcanist. Vinrin Grenwick, I believe, is his name.
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually get that right. I'm really proud of myself.
Yes, you did.
I'm very proud of myself.
Venrin Grenwick.
Venrin Grenwick is the main arcanist. He's at the very top. Underneath him, directly for magical items, is you find I gotta find Maya's name. You find Maya Strimrin directly under. You see a room number that says T22. Or no, sorry, that's wrong. You see next to her name a room number that says number T2, room 45.
Okay, T2, room 45. I haven't the faintest idea what that means, so I suppose we should ask somebody. I'm gonna look around and just approach somebody who looks like a fellow student.
As you looking around, you approach a fellow individual who you see also wearing the pin. Well, you end up approaching a fairly shortly individual, younger, like kind of cropped brown hair, almost kind of cut in a bowl cut, all the way around, kind of piggyish. Up as you walk up to him and say hello. He turns around real quick, kind of a little startled, and tries to hide something behind his back.
Yeah, hello there, fellow mate, institute member. What do you got there?
Nothing.
Nothing. It didn't look like nothing.
He takes his arm and kind of wipes some crumbs away. He swallows a bit. He takes a big swallow, almost choking on it. Just my afternoon snack.
Ooh, is it pastry?
Maybe.
I like pastries.
One's mine. Can't have it. At which point he takes his arm and kind of cuddles it like next to his chest.
I'm just standing behind Clarissa, just going face palm, just
Ah, well, that's an understandable sentiment. Say, I was wondering if you could perhaps help my friend and I out here. She kind of
What do you need?
shoulder to Emerald.
What do you need?
Yeah, we're looking for a room, and Emerald, I've quite forgotten the room number that we are looking for.
T2 room 45.
Yes, thank you. I'm really quite new to the Institute. I just joined.
At which
Main
point,
fact,
at which point, as
Can
you're
you,
talking,
can you give us directions, perhaps?
At which point, as you're talking, he shoves the rest of his pastry in the pastry of his mouth and says, through kind of, and finishes eating real quick and says, "Well, you're looking for Maya's room. She's at the top of the second tower." He gives you directions, points you up the stairs, up the main stairs, and tells you to, if you walk up the main stairs and turn up and follow the right staircases, up, walk about 2 doors down, follow that staircase up again. You'll get to, that'll be tower 2. Just keep climbing until you get to the top.
Ah, thank you, friend. And say, I didn't catch your name.
This is Jonathan.
Ah, Jonathan.
Just Jonathan. Didn't call me anything else.
Yeah.
Like
And where is that? Clarissa's clearly getting sidetracked at this point.
Home's farther north. A small fishing village up near Danforth. It's called Whale's Point.
Ah,
Fairly nice place, but it gets really cold up there.
well, yeah, as it tends to do up north, eh?
I don't know. This is my first time being away from home.
Yeah, well, you clearly did well to earn that badge there. What did you think of the trial? How long have you been an Institute member?
5 times to get in.
Yeah, well, you know, the more you try, yeah.
I don't think that's how that works. Which point he kind of turns. I gotta go study my class tomorrow. I'll see you around, Clarissa. I think that's Clarissa, right?
Yes, Clarissa Sky Tinker.
I'll see you around. Elena was kind of talking smack about you a couple days ago. But...
Elena. Oh, do you mean Ilaria?
Oh yeah, that's her name. Ilaria. She was talking. She was talking just about how you guys grew up in Gadget Speak a while ago. She had nothing on you in the exams, though.
Yeah, you saw that, eh?
Everyone saw it, including the lead Arcanist. He was quite impressed with you.
Yeah, well, that's good to know. And don't mind Elira. She's just jealous of me. And Clarissa winks at him knowingly.
His face immediately turns red, and he's like, "Well, I'll see you later," and kind of waddles off.
Ooh. Well, I hope to see you later.
And I kind of like crouch down beside Clarissa and go, "Please don't say my name here, please. I really don't want to get in trouble. Because, you know, he's from just south of Danforth. I could have just gotten blown right there."
Yeah, come on, don't look at me. Resist urge to make joke. Okay.
Please.
Make a
No, come on.
make a charisma saving throw.
God.
Oh, God. Oh,
I
no.
hope-
No.
I rolled a 12.
The joke is so funny in your brain, you have to let it out.
I use sleight of hand and put my hand over her mouth.
And then she just starts laughing.
Please.
Yeah, I got it. But come on, he looked cute and, you know, relatively harmless.
As you are finishing this up, you guys make your way to up the stairs, make your way to the next to 2 doors down, and find yourself standing at what appears to be an empty room. Looks almost like a broom. Looks like a broom closet, except there's no brooms in it.
Well, this can't possibly be right.
Tower 2, room 45? This is where we are.
At which point you take a step, both of you step into the broom closet, and the door slams behind you, and you feel the floor begin to rise up underneath you.
Oh.
Ooh.
Looking at the sides of the floor, you see four at each of the corners. You see 4 inlaid crystals on each of them, or on each of the corners that are slightly glowing, and it rises up. You eventually hear it, feel it shudder to a stop, and in front of you is another door. This one is a white door, very nice white door. That is a very nice white wooden door, all made of almost like of solid oak, like solid white oak. It looks very pretty. Very.
Wow.
I will
This looks more
knock on
correct.
the door.
As you knock on the door, as you knock on the door, you hear a voice that says, "Yes, come in."
And I guess, Clarissa, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
As you walk in, you are greeted to a very large, extravagant circular room that has like a small little sitting area with a table in the center, and a lounge couch and 2 other chairs across from it. There is a long bench and long table also within the room that seem to have different little objects and different magical objects, different books, a bunch of papers just scattered about it. Around the entire room, there appears to be like different bookshelves that are just completely inlaid in the walls. The ceiling is vaulted and actually goes all the way up into a point. You get the feeling that you're standing at the top of the second tower at this point. And you see an individual sitting at, or messing around at the workstation table, and another individual standing off to the side opposite of her, opposite of the other individual, talking. One of them wheels around, and today wearing a very simple green dress. Maya with her brown hair flowing down her back, small circlet encompassing her head. Maya stands in front of you. Ah, Clarissa, I was wondering when I was going to see you. And you brought Miro, was it, with you?
Yes.
Ah, welcome to my home away from home, if I do say something.
It's a rather impressive collection you have here.
Oh, I dabble. This is nothing compared to our library, but my own personal collection. Quite nice. It's
I
been
had
years
to-
to find things like this.
I spent
Okay.
some time in the library the other day. It was a rather enlightening experience.
I heard you picked up some books, but some books for some light reading. I take it.
Oh yes, I do love to read, mostly for fun, but sometimes for work.
Well, that's always good. Expounding the mind and learning different ideas and spells is always quite a good way to expand one's horizons. At which point you hear a voice come from behind her that says, "Maya, am I doing this right?" And the voice catches you, and it does. And looking at the person behind Maya on the other side of this desk, you find yourself looking at a auburn-haired individual who, with her hair, or not auburn, copper hair individual. In the descriptions, hair cut roughly about, hair kind of bouncy and kind of curly, bouncing around her shoulder length. You find Brea standing there, dressed in what appears to be a more relaxed outfit, still wearing trousers, nice shirt. Not the battle-worn ones and the travel-worn that she was wearing when she was traveling.
Oh, hello, Brad.
Oh, hello. Glad to see you. Glad to see you guys are back. Been studying here and been wrapped up here ever since I got in.
Well, it's
Had a
good
good
to
time
see
so
you
far.
taking. It's good to see you taking to your talents so swimmingly.
How long has it been? What, 2 or 3 days? Oh,
Uh,
surprising.
Yeah, something like that. We've had rather interesting experiences.
Hardly any time seems to
Yes.
have passed. At which point, what can we do? So what can I do for you?
Well,
Yes.
let's Amiral, let's deal with the most important business first, we through a series of unfortunate events, which I will not relay the rather traumatic details of, we ventured into what I can only assume are the city sewers, and in pursuit of the missing children, and your niece, Brea. And discovered that there are drow operating underneath the city. They attacked us after we slew a pair of Umber Hulks, and we were forced to make a hasty retreat.
As you say, niece, Brea looks up at you and says, "You my cousin?"
Oh, yeah. Whatever. Female relative. Lady Mooneyfire's kid. Yeah.
Yeah, her.
Yes.
She's... Okay. You have information on her, I take it?
Well, we believe that the place we're looking for is actually somewhere beneath the city, and that the drow might somehow be connected to what we saw back at Salah.
So-
She pronounces it horribly wrong. Library.
Why don't we sit and discuss these matters over a cup of tea? At which point she gestures to the lounge, the sitting area, and Brea, you can take a few minutes you can take some rest. You've been working nonstop. This doesn't include your family. Just nods, and both of them sit down on the two chairs in the lounging area. Maya takes her hand and does some arcane movement with it, and a small tea kettle and 4 cups come spreading out over the small lounging table. There, as the tea kettle begins to pour, seemingly of its own accord.
Oh, that is neat.
I placed the Shadowfell book on the table because I've been carrying it this whole time.
Well, this looks quite interesting. May I?
Yes. That was the book that we found in the Shadowfell when we found Brea as well. I believe.
But this is different from Brea's.
Yes.
From Brea's spellbook that she has. At which point you see Brea kind of. At which you see Brea kind of glance quickly over back to the table that's still there.
Don't worry, Brea. It's not your book. It's another book that we found when I believe is the one that the person that had you was using, and I thought that it might have something of knowledge, but I can't make heads or tails of the cover because it chips.
Yeah, even using comprehend languages, I wasn't able to make much sense of it. I just got words or phrases here or there. It's rather strange.
Interesting. As Maya leans down and picks up the book and utters a few arcane words under her breath, and takes her hands and kind of slowly tries to focus the magical energy over it. This is quite interesting. I'm quite surprised you found this.
Yes, I thought that you might want to take a look at it. I brought it in as a gift of welcome, I am assuming, because I'm not technically supposed to be here.
Well, I definitely don't want to read it, if that's what you're implying. This appears to be one of the Wandering Path books. I heard rumors
Wandering
of them.
Path?
Yeah.
It is said that when a wizard or a witch or a sorcerer or sorceress wishes to outgrow their mortal restraints and continue on a path that they may, or continue on forward in life and live forever, they may choose to walk down this wandering path. It's supposedly, according to myth and legend, within those circles, it is a path that requires much sacrifice of the individual themselves, and also requires much sacrifice of other beings for that individual's own purpose. Said that the language that these books are written is long but forgotten, and that's of what the gods used to speak back in ancient times. However, this book does result in. I'm not surprised that, based off of the stories that Brea has told me, based upon the stories and what Brea has told me of her time of your time and what she remembers from her experience of gaining her powers and her story of the Shadowfell, it does not surprise me that you will happen upon this book, this, shall we say, mad wizard's tower.
I was gonna also mention there was also a locket that he had.
Do you have the locket with you?
No, it was left in the Shadowfell when we got transported back. I was only managed to be able to grab the book because I had it at hand.
Probably best that locket stayed there. Don't want many of those these dark artifacts finding their way back to the material plane.
Good note. You're okay with doing whatever you need to do to seal that book some way or another, that nobody will use it for ill means?
The book will be sealed. We'll seal it within the vaults, underneath Texria.
Okay.
This is quite a rare magical item. I can offer you compensation if you're what you're looking for.
If you want to, sure.
Whether or not I want to, that's a little consequence, but we'll be able to pay you something for your troubles.
Okay.
And out of gratitude for bringing us this. She walks over to a wall and looks behind you. Rolls her hand for a second. The air seems to freeze where she's at, and her image just seems to freeze, like she's not moving at all. About 30 seconds later, her image unfreezes, and she turns and begins walking back to you. The book is no longer there, and she is carrying a sack of gold coins.
Okay.
She hands you the sack of gold coins and says, "This should suffice. I'd be surprised if it didn't, but it should suffice."
Okay.
Hands you the large sack of gold coin.
How many gold coins are in that pouch?
As you open up the pouch, it is a ridiculous amount of coins. It's approximately about, from just by gauging on the weight of it and gauging about how much, there's approximately 5,000 gold coins in there.
Holy shit!
At which point both of you, while looking at the pouch, are just like you let out that like combined holy, just out and load and
gasp.
It is quite a feat to bring back one of these and to even resist the urge to actually read through it yourselves. I applaud you for both of those.
That will go to the party.
Yeah.
Why, thank you.
We'll work that out later, Emil. Just out of curiosity, Maya, will any study be conducted on that book before it's sealed away?
If it is, it'll be. If it is, it will be done by the lead arcanist himself. But it's not something that I wish to read, and as far as I know, the lead arcanist does not wish to read it either.
Well, it seems rather a waste not to try to unlock its secrets. This wandering path sounds like a rather fascinating, if forbidding school of magic.
That school of magic has led many wizard and witch into becoming creatures of unsavory and dark power, I would say.
Well,
you may have heard them as you may have heard them mentioned as liches.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, the search for eternal life does tend to never end well, does it?
Well, good. It's locked up in a safe, magical place. And I bow my head to her.
But anyway, back to the matter.
At which point Brea has been sitting there and her arms are crossed, and she's like, "Well, What of Elena? What have you found? I need to.
Well, go ahead, Emerald. You were about to say something.
Oh no, go ahead, Clarissa.
Well, I was going to say, Karma, our intrepid rogue, managed to make connections with some group called the Vesta in the city. Have either of you heard of them?
The Brea just looks at both Brea and Maya look at each other, and Brea says, "The Avista, I've heard of them. They've given Father some. They've given Father some problems in the past, but nothing that he hasn't been able to deal with, whether through coin or through other means. Whether or not he tells me or not, but that's his business." Maya turns and says, "The Avista are it's an interesting group, but what did they find? What did you find?"
Karma was able to connect with them somehow. I was busy here. I don't exactly remember the details, but we inquired about the what we saw through the other side of that portal in the library where the children were being transported, and they led him to some blue house that was allegedly filled with zombies or ghouls or some other form of undead thing. I don't know. I didn't see any. Emil was there. I wasn't.
I can attest to this.
Yeah. Anyway, they dispatched of those creatures and found a hidden entrance into what I assume are the city sewers, which we then gathered together as a group and explored, searching for that strange white building that we saw through the portal in the library to try to find the children. We were assailed by a pair of Umber Hulks, which was rather disheartening, but we dispatched them. But then were attacked by Drow and had to beat a hasty retreat. I thought it would be pertinent knowledge for the Mages Guild as well as the Town Guard, which I've sent other members of our party to warn them that there are Drow operating beneath the city. As
you're mentioning this, both Brea and Maya look fairly subtly uncomfortable at the fact that there are Drow, at the mentioning of Drow and them operating beneath the city. That is quite some disheartening news. The fact that we have Drow operating beneath our city. I mean, we've had Drow visitors, but they normally stick to the Underdark, and to the best of my knowledge, there's no entrance to the Underdark here. There's the sewers, but those are oftentimes used as sewers or as.
I open up my bag and I pull out one of the mandibles from an Ember Hulk.
Okay, you pull it out?
Yep, then I show it and I put it back in my bag.
Well, that's quite surprising. Hopefully, Dragon Spawn should be able to do that. Where's the entrance to it?
Emerald, I was dragged there half asleep in the dark, and I was too focused on pastries when we were coming back. You could probably describe where it is better than I.
It's in the Yolamp district, just off the Dragon's Throat. It's a blue house marked in Thieves' Cant, and
I don't
in
read
the back,
Thieves' Cant.
Yes, but in the back room of it's like a tavern bar almost. In the back room, there was a barrel that had seemingly different glyphs on it. Pushed them in numeric order to what they say in different languages, and then proceeded down a ladder into the sewers. Took us about a half hour to get down there, and then about another 2.5 hours down a side tunnel to get to this location.
It sounds about right in getting down into the Underdark, but something like that happening beneath Eros, that is very troubling indeed.
Yes.
Very troubling.
We definitely wanted to make sure we warned the authorities, and we certainly plan to return, and we were hoping perhaps if the Institute could maybe offer us some assistance.
Oh, we're not fighters. We're just primarily individuals who study the arcane arts and continue to advance magical technology as far as we can. But there were a few of us. There were a few of us who, in our younger days, were part of adventuring parties. But those days are far behind. Most of those days are far behind us now.
I actually have an idea, if I may.
Yeah.
I have a personal relationship with one of the other new members of the institute, and Ilaria. Perhaps wondering if the institute could spare her to join us into our next venture into the sewers and perhaps even the Underdark itself.
I look at Calissa and I kind of do that really sort of look, like, you think that's gonna work?
Make a persuasion roll.
Okay. Modified 20.
What the hell did you roll?
A 16.
Good God, you guys roll good.
20.
Jesus Christ, you guys roll really good.
Remember the time I beat the shit out of Karma?
Yes.
Well, it's something you'd have to ask her, and she'd have to go willingly, but
No,
she
I
wants to
think
go. If she wants to go, there's nothing that's holding her. There's nothing. If she wants to go, she's more than free. We're not holding her here against her will.
All right. Excellent. Well, I just thought we would warn you about the drow. Is there anything you can tell us about them that we should perhaps look out for, as well as the Underdark in general?
Well, Underdark's not my normal area. My normal area of expertise. As for the drow, they've got. Some of them have very perverted magical abilities, from what I understand. Most of it is spent most of their time. And most of those most of them are priestesses or priests, that worship. Consult my note there. Lorth.
Lolth.
Lorith. Yeah, that. Most of them most of them worship Lolith, a very surprisingly interesting god, or goddess actually. Queen of spiders, from what my studies are correct.
I should know this, correct?
Yeah, you would know this, yeah. Queen of spiders, from if memory serves me, but
I nod my head.
They normally keep to themselves and only deal with what is happening in the Underdark. I'm surprised that they are even this close to the surface.
Well, whatever it is, it definitely doesn't bode well. Thank you for the information. Perhaps I'll venture by the library on our way out and see what I can read up on the magic they use. Being our group's only magician, it would probably be useful information to know about.
I also mentioned that when we were at the portal, when we looked through, there was a man standing there. White hair, tan skin, with the Lady of Shadows. Clarissa seen a man of the same description before we made our hasty escape. Right, Clarissa?
Similar description. I can't be certain it's the same man, but dude, it's probably a long shot, but do you know anybody that would fit that description?
Tan skin, really white stark hair, drow.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, drow don't normally have tan skin. They normally have gray skin, or skin that is more of a purplish hue. Tan skin and drowish doesn't normally fit the regular description. Do you know how old the man was who was standing next to this Lady of
No.
Without much more information, I can't really tell you. There's plenty of individuals around here who have tan skin and white hair. As she's talking, her brow creases for a second,
I'd like to do an insight check.
Go for it.
That's a 21.
What are you trying to gain?
See
glean,
if she's restraining or hiding something from.
It looks like she had a thought. It looks like she doesn't really know what to make of the thought, but it looks like she had a thought. What do you make of it?
Kind of question her, like, you had a thought, didn't you? Like,
I have many thoughts, but I find that it's better to not say things that you can't back up with actual truth.
fact. Are you talking about the elf that was talking with Grandmaster?
No, most
No.
of just had a thought. Something I need to look into, but that's all.
Yes, it's a good scholarly discipline not to say things willy-nilly without backing them up with facts. Cloris is going to elbow Emerald in the side.
Oh,
Shut up.
my bad.
At which point Brea looks at you and says, "Oh, believe me, we're aware."
Well, in that case, I suppose there's not much more for us to do here, Emerald, unless you had...
Oh,
So
the gem.
you have no information on Lyra.
The only
Just-
thing that we can gather that she may be under arrows in a drove colony.
Yeah, just the only thing we have is that we now actually have something concrete to go on, which we've lacked the last couple days in the city. You're certainly more than welcome to join us when we return to the Underdark. Your abilities would be welcomed.
I will just. Which point you see that goddamn blanket names tonight. You see that Brea is looks like she's really anxious to go, but she restrains herself and says, Maya and myself will talk about it, and we'll see how my training is progressing from.
I can certainly respect that decision. But
That
All right.
blue crystal.
yeah,
Maya looks at her and says, Brea, I don't know why you're trying to restrain yourself. She is family after all. Brea's like, trying to be the correct student. Leave if you must. Brea, you once again have no reasoning to stay here and live here as I do. It is your family, I understand that. Brea looks at her and says, just with a very set, solid look on her face, and just kind of nods. You see tears starting to kind of glisten at the corner of her eyes a little bit.
Oh, come now, Brea. It'll all be okay. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Sooner the better, hopefully.
I hope as well.
And Maya says, well, if there's anything else that we can do for you, I will. Yeah, we really should get back to Brea's studies before she leaves us. When are you planning on heading down into this Underdark, or back into the tunnel after these drow you speak of?
Probably either late tonight or first thing tomorrow morning. So, Brea, perhaps if you want to return to your family home some point tonight, probably before sunset or right around sunset.
It most likely will be tomorrow morning, if anything.
I'll meet you at Sam's tomorrow morning. Brea
At
states.
At Sam's. Okay.
You said that it was within the Yolamp district. Sam's is there, and Sam and I are close enough that I can get a place to sleep there if need be.
All right. Well, whatever you wish, we can do that. But before we finally do get out of your hair, the Salix, the cleric of Helm in our party, has this strange crystal. I tried to look into it for him, but it seemed like the crystal is sentient and did not want to be looked into. It's definitely magical, but I couldn't glean anything about it. I was wondering if you guys could look into it. And she pulls out the crystal and puts it on the.
You're confusing two different things.
Am I confusing two different things?
Yep, Salix had you look at a pendant, which was the thing that you heard voices coming from. Then he had you look at a crystal, which you couldn't gain anything from.
Oh, okay.
And I was astonished that it was even existent in this realm.
Yes.
Okay. My notes are wrong then. All right, whatever.
And in
Anyways,
mentioning...
you can still pull out the crystal and check it out if you want.
Yeah,
Check it out.
definitely.
Yeah. As you do, Maya takes the crystal and takes the crystal in her hand, and looks down at it and says, "I haven't seen one of these in quite a long time."
So has I.
She grasps it and she grasps it like a dagger, and as her hand closes around the small orb, it slowly begins to craft itself into an elongated, almost like good solid like 6 or 7 inch long dagger that she is just left there holding. At which point she flips it in the air, catches it, and drives it into the air itself. At which point you see the 7 inches bury itself into air and just completely disappear, going all the way up into her hand. She drags it straight down through the air and pulls it back out of the air. The 7 inches once again returning there. She opens her hand. The crystal reforms back into a ball. At which point she looks over it, takes the ball, and runs it back along the length of this rift that you guys that both of you are now seeing was left open and torn asunder from this dagger that she had.
Is that a
crystal
portal
dagger.
key?
At which point, as she runs the crystal ball back down the seam closes shut, and she kind of tosses it back and forth between her hands for a second. Says, "Haven't seen one of these in quite a long time, not since my adventuring days." Well, this is indeed a Fey shard. If you're interested in holding on to it, or if interested in giving it to the Magic College, either way, this is something that would allow for transportation back and forth between the Feywild and here. But things like this normally have a limited use, maybe 2 or 3 times at most. I guess 2 or 1 time now. So.
Well, that is good to know.
She hands it back to you, Clarissa.
Rather remarkable. Well, it is not actually mine. If it were, I would be happy to donate it to the institute. But let me talk to the cleric who actually owns this, and if he does not desire it, I think it would probably be best put to use by you good folks, and perhaps I shall return it.
Well, do as you will. And she places it back in your hand, and you see that there's almost like a longing look in her eyes back, like almost as though she misses the adventuring days.
Well, Maya, are more than welcome to accompany us. If you ever want to get back out there, I'd love to hear about your adventuring days sometime.
As much as I would love to go out there and continue to fight monsters again, fortunately, my duty's here, and oftentimes I'm the one running the college, as much as the Arcanist likes to admit it or not, or doesn't like to admit it in that case. I'm the one running the college most of the days. He's oftentimes spent in council meetings or in God knows what.
Well, it's a pity. Well then, I suppose...
Freya will meet you at Sam's tomorrow. Anything else I can do for you?
I don't think so. Unless you happen to have, I'm sure you probably don't, but unless you happen to have a roster of what classes all the students in the university are taking, so I can go find my friend Elira to try to convince her to join us.
As far as I'm aware, Lyra and Cass are taking and just taking their classes. They, I think, live in the dormitories around here, but it's not all I can offer you.
Wait.
You'd have to hunt down the dormitories themselves.
They live together? Clarissa just starts laughing.
Well, if they live together, it's up to them, but they're not permitted to live together here on campus. If anything, they're living in separate dormitories here. So.
Oh, well, okay, that's refreshing. Could you perhaps just give us some directions to the dormitories?
I can, but most of the students will probably be. Most of the students, if they are on campus even at this point in time, would be eating at this point. But yeah, I can give you directions to the dormitories.
Oh, yeah.
Bray could actually show you if need be.
Yeah, and
gives you kind of a quizzical look.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. And if you could also maybe show us where the mess hall or food eating giving place.
Okay, Clarissa.
Or there's the hututini. She uses the gnomish word instead. Yeah.
I look at Clarissa and I just shake my head. I'm like, I'm sorry. I am very sorry.
At that point, Muriel kind of starts trying to pull you out back to the elevator. Rhea says, and at that point, I'm going to get back to my studies. And she stands up and starts walking back to the table and starts and starts messing with something. You see her start to mess with. Focusing on like a small vial that has water in it and trying to start controlling it and changing it for different forms.
I look towards Maya, is it? And bow my head and proceed to carry Clarissa out the door.
As you do. As you head out the door shuts. Maya just standing there waving and just looking kind of quizzically and says, "Have a good one." And walks away. The door just closes. As she finishes waving, just moves her hand and the door closes behind you. Not slamming, just closes behind you. You feel the elevator shudder and begin to lower.
Clarissa, really?
What? I couldn't find a word. The common tongue is not always good for expressing self.
I look at her and I speak in Elvish. Come on already. And see how that feels?
Okay.
Back in common?
See, all I got from that was young race, so sad, moonlight.
Which point you guys both of you find your way back into the main area of Textures College. As you walk down, you hear the clattering of food and of different plates scraping together as you make your way back into the main hall. Off to your left-hand side as you walking down.
Well, that sounds like a good place to start. Let's head towards the direction of the food.
I thought you hated your friend Ilaria, whatever her name is.
Yeah, look, we have a complicated relationship. We've never really gotten along, but I'm not really comfortable being the only real spellcaster, no offense. If we're going to take on a bunch of drow. And
I can cast spells perfectly fine as well.
Yeah, but it's all nature-based and nonsense.
Yours is nature-based as well.
No, it's not. It's totally different.
I just
And besides,
oh god.
We might use like a bear or a flopping fish or some natural thing.
As you walk into the hall, or as you walk through the double doors, there's a large hall that just opens up in front of you. It is filled with multiple tables, over at least good, from what you can tell, probably at least 500 to 600 students eating at different varied assortment of tables. Looking around, make a perception check.
And I'm gonna stay out at the entrance because I don't want to go in
Make
there.
a perception check.
Okay. 3.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll one just for the hell of it, just to see if I can see it.
You're not there. You're not there.
Damn it.
That
was a good roll too.
Yeah. roll 2d10 as well.
Oh god.
Great.
Rolled under an 8.
Let's see.
Technically under a 5.
80.
Yes, I agree with that.
80. Let me look up that I did to myself.
What's the number?
80.
80? I got it. I already have them. Interesting.
Oh
Okay.
god.
So as you're looking around, you realize that you're only really kind of looking at everyone's ass at this point in time because just of how close you are to the ground. You end up like trying to like stand on your tippy toes, like try and start seeing. That really only gets you about to half back at that point. You land down. You kind of okay. You're like okay, all right. Can't see anybody. Feet. She's shorter than everyone else. Her feet won't be touching the ground. So you get down on the ground and you start like looking around and you realize you're just looking at a lot of feet and you can't see exactly anyone in particular's feet who's dangling off the edge. So you stand back up. You're getting a little flustered at this point, and all of a sudden you feel like you feel just like a little tingling start to happen as sparkly butterflies all of a sudden start like flapping around, like butterflies flaps right directly in front of your face. You're just like, you back up, and all of a sudden you start seeing like more butterflies start popping into existence all around you. As the butterflies continue to flap all around you, there's not like they start out with 1 and 2, and there's 4. Then like eventually you have about a good solid like 100 butterflies just all like flying around you that are then starting to disperse throughout the Great Hall as people are eating. As you continue like and as you like fall down onto the ground like just from stumbling from looking at these butterflies. Like there's just different flower petals that seem to like start falling all around you, from seemingly out of nowhere. That as you're sitting there, and it takes you like all of a sudden, and within the next like 30 seconds, you're then covered in about a 10 foot wide mound of flower petals that is currently stacks above your head. Your eyes are kind of just the only thing that are showing, and you kind of have to blink a few times. And a few petals just go poop, 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 as your eyes are really the only thing that are showing through this mound of petals.
Wrong. I did not. What? Wrong button.
She's the only one that can see it, or can everybody see it?
Oh, everyone's seeing it at that point. There's like God. As the butterflies, like people are starting to like be like, oh look, oh that's really pretty. And then they look over there and there's just a mound of petals, and there's just like an eruption of laughter from about 500 to 600 people that were sitting around eating as they were laughing at just this mound of petals and this little gnome that is currently barely visible throughout this mound.
I walk in, go to the flower pile, grab Clarissa, and leave.
No, you walk in and you just see a mound of petals right there, and that's all you see. You don't even know that's Clarissa.
I'm gonna grab for whatever's in that pile and take her out of the college.
Oh no, I'm resisting.
So all of a sudden, as you walk in, you see just this mound of petals like in front of you. You've been around Clarissa long enough that you expect it. You kind of like reach your hand in there, and you manage to reach in. Go ahead and make a grapple check. Roll d20. Add your strength mod.
15.
Clarissa, if you want to resist, roll d20. Add your strength mod.
Sure. Yeah, natural 1. You can't complain about me rolling well.
I can't. Alright, oh god, you're making it. So Clarissa, as you reach out, you feel as you're standing in this mound of petals, you feel a hand grasp onto you. You feel a hand grasp onto your shoulder. You kind of freak out for it. You freak out for a second as the hand pulls you back and out through the double doors that you just walked in, closing them behind you.
I am just saving you from complete and utter torment.
Torment? What are you talking about? Everybody loved that. It was entertaining. I've never seen that happen before. That was different.
Do you want to be the laughing stock of this place?
Laughing stock? No. That was impressive.
You just made a fool out of yourself.
A fool? Yeah, okay, maybe a little bit.
I can't keep a straight face. I'm just smiling. He's like, it was good though, but
It would have been fine if the pedals hadn't submerged me. That was
you're
entirely
lucky they
unexpected.
submerged you because they didn't know
You're
who you
you're
were.
just grinning as you guys are walking out the front, as Emerald is just pulling you out the front door and across the front lawn, eventually out the gate.
Do you want to get something to eat before we head back?
Okay, that's where your guys' stuff ends for the night.
Pastry?
Good God, pastry anyone?
Pastry?
Oh God.
Oh Lord. Always count on the gnome to give you great laughs. That's why I love D&D, guys.
Pastries.
All right, Karma. What are
Yes. All right, so
you?
I'm
Thank
still
you for
back at
waiting
the
so
house.
patiently. Good. You are still back at the Box Air family estate.
First question: do you want to go to sleep? If so, we could probably do this through RP.
I've got time. I'm fine.
Okay. Just wanted to double check. So
I'm fine, dude.
okay. So first of all, I want to check and see. Maybe check with Maximus or just look outside the house, see if there's a letter waiting for me anywhere.
Checking with Maximus, he tells you there's no letter that has been left for you. As you walk outside the house, you see. Make a perception check. Actually, this would be more an investigation check.
Okay, that's 14.
Okay, so as you're looking about, it takes about 10 to 15 minutes to look about just kind of the area that is outside the house. There's nothing directly outside the house. You end up walking all the way down to the main gate before anything really starts to catch your eye, or if anything really catches your eye. On one of the iron pole, like the iron spikes and the iron poles that are part of the fence, you see written in thieves' cant just the letters GG.
Okay.
What would equate to that in thieves' cant?
All right, so that means I need to go to the Giant's Gullet then. So I'm going to go ahead and leave a note.
On seeing that, you turn around, walk back inside the house.
I'm thinking about it right now. I'm not gonna leave a note.
Quickly.
Yep, I'm not gonna leave a note. I'm just gonna go to the Giant's Gullet.
Right, upon seeing that, you make your way to the graveyard district, knowing where the Giant's Gullet is. You walk in to it. Around and get into tavern music. I don't do tavern music. Huzzah. Okay. So, as you turn around and walk to the graveyard district, and eventually walk to the Giant's Gullet, you're once again greeted by the kind of, like, it's probably about 4 or 5 in the evening at this point. So as you walk in, it's fairly busy at this point. You look around, you see a few individuals that you recognize. You see Jameson running around. I think that was the kid's name. You see Jameson running around back and forth to different tables, carrying either different meat platters or different things to individuals. Sometimes, occasionally, just like this giant stein of ale to a table, and then running back, collecting coin. Occasionally, here, runs back to the bar.
All right, so
This place is packed for this time of night.
okay, that's kind of what I figured. I'll go up to the bar and see if Nix is there.
Looking around, you see about 3 different bartenders. It's kind of hard to get. You kind of have to like elbow your way in to get up close to the bar. You see about 3 or 4 different bartenders there. There is a very, very gorgeous blonde-haired half-elven lady, who her hair is kind of pulled back into a very like almost unkept kind of bun, as she's running around trying to pour different signs to the different. You see Nyx standing there as well. She's also running back. She also kind of looks a little frazzled, but is running back and forth, pouring different drinks to other individuals and asking what different people want. You also see a very well-groomed a dwarven man who has a very, very proud, very proud and well-kept beard that is currently tucked into his belt. It takes you about 5 minutes to get any one of their attentions. The one that you are able to get attention is the dwarven man. He walks up to you and says, "Hey, what can I do for you? What can I get you to drink?"
I'm gonna put a piece of gold on the table and say I'm looking for Nyx. I see her over there, but she seems awfully busy. Could you send her my direction when she's not so busy?
He kind of eyes you up and down and says, I can do that, but
she's expecting me.
He takes the gold off the table and is like, well, we'll see how long it takes her to get over there. But if you want to have a seat over on one of the empty booths, she might be able to get off. Might be able to find some time for you.
Right, so I'll try and find an empty booth, preferably one that if I can have my back to wall, if possible.
Okay. You looking around, there don't really appear to be any like booths that necessarily have their back to a wall at this point. But you managed to find an empty booth. Like it's like kind of wedged in the corner. Like it is up against a wall, but like there's 2 booths on the other side of it.
Okay.
Like
and
on
I'll
each
just
side of it. So it's like the middle booth of 3. That's the best.
Gotcha. Makes sense. All right, so I'll just I'll put my back against the wall behind me, kind of leaning, like putting my feet across the seats in front of me, and I'll just kind of wait there.
Okay.
And if I have the chance, I'll buy a glass of ale or whatever.
Okay.
Enjoy my time while I wait.
Okay, so as you're waiting, Jameson runs up and says, "Can I get you anything, sir?" You recognize the kid as the kid who you recognize Jameson as the kid who tried to cut your purse last time. You order an ale.
How much for a glass of ale, Jameson?
For you, sir, probably be about 1 silver. 1 or 2 silver, more than likely.
I'll toss in 5 silver and say, give whatever is correct. You keep the rest.
He looks down and is like, well, thank you, and takes it off and runs back and comes back at about a minute later with a large like stein of ale. Just slides it across the table over to you.
I want to sip it. I don't want to get out of my depth.
Yep. Just you over the course of like the next half hour, like you slowly sip on it. Just nothing to like get yourself drunk or anything. But just good enough time to just drink it or just like slowly to enjoy it. About an hour goes by, and the place is starting to die down a bit. Eventually, Nyx finds her way over to you and sits across from the table from you. She sits down and says, "Oof, what a busy night it's been here, but quite enjoyable, wouldn't you say? Very rewarding, if I do say so myself."
There is a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Fun to be had.
I have no idea. What word are you looking for?
There's a lot of fun to be had in a night's good work of good, clean, hard labor. I would agree.
Hard labor, but still rewarding.
Indeed.
You kind of see a little twinkle in her eye at that point.
Is this a safe place to talk?
Why, certainly. At least, I hope so. But you never know. Might be thieves about. Never tell.
I could never understand that. I take it you received my note. What did you gain from it, or did you want me to start from the beginning?
Out of context, can you remind me what the note said?
The note just said, I think it said something like, building underground, Dro need to talk. Just kind of really brief, nonsensical, because I was kind of out of it at that point too.
Okay, yeah. At which point she looks at you and says, Drow underneath Eros, building under there. You might want to try starting from the beginning. I take it you went to the building and the blue building that we spoke about earlier.
I did. I went there.
And was what you found satisfactory?
Well, it was interesting to say the least. Were you with the party that visited it originally?
You think I'd venture out to an unsuspecting location just for the promise of loot and treasure?
Perhaps. I don't know you.
Fair point. No, I was not with them, but they did bring back quite a mighty sum from their original plunder.
Okay. And what did they tell you about the building?
Fairly empty. Nothing to be had there. Apart from what they had already plundered, and what they brought back was quite a nice sum of gold, if I do say so myself.
And what about dead bodies?
There was nothing, no reports of dead bodies from what I've heard. No reports of dead bodies that came to my ear from what I remember.
I want to be rolling insight on all this shit. I should have mentioned that a lot earlier.
Go for it. Roll an insight check.
I just rolled a natural 19, which is +3, I think, on insight. So 22 on that latest one. We'll start from there.
You don't know Nyx that well. From what you can gain and from what you know of reading people, she seems to be telling the truth.
All right, so she said, okay. Well, we encountered quite an interesting force when we got there. The building was filled with some sort of undead creatures. I don't know what. We quickly slew them. Yes, when I say we, I mean our entire party. I know you don't like them as much as you might like me, but they're as trustworthy as I am, and I am happy to represent them in our talkings. After that, we discovered a barrel in the back that was very cleverly hidden with certain insignias on them. We were able to find our way. There was a tunnel that led down into what I could discern as the sewers of Eros. Have you ever had any dealings with the sewers?
It's a smelly crapshoot and smelly place and stream of shit, from what I understand.
Insight?
Go for it.
15, 18 total.
She truly believes it's a place of shit.
So you don't have any dealings with them? You don't smuggle through them? You don't have anything else to do with them?
Personally, I don't.
What about your group? Should I say their name here or not?
That's up to you.
What of the Avista? I'm going to say this very quietly. I'm going to lean in towards her and I'm going to say that.
Now we get to the root of what you're truly asking. Well, she leans a little closer and says, unfortunately for you, that it's none of your business on what our business is there. But if you have found something of interest down in the sewers, then who am I to stop you from acting upon it?
Very well. I'm going to just be open with you. I'm also going to try and keep this quiet, even though I'm not being quiet. Nyx, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued with your group. I'm intrigued with the possibilities of what we can do with one another. both with what you could potentially use me for and what I could potentially use your group's knowledge for. We could form quite an alliance, I believe. However, there are a couple road barriers in the way that I would like to address first.
I believe we're looking for more. I believe we're looking for more than an alliance, more of
a partnership.
almost a kinship. Because we're most of us like to believe ourselves. We pride ourselves on knowing each other fully and welly, and always having each other's backs, regardless of other alliances.
Okay. First of all, before I can continue at all, you know that my purpose in Eros and my group's purpose in Eros, as of right now, is to find the whereabouts of the kidnapped children, to find the Najarn snakes.
I believe you've already found the Najarn snakes, if my intel is correct.
Okay, we'll address that in a second. How am I to know that you are not representing the Najarn snakes or protecting the Najarn snakes?
You don't? She says with a slight hint of a smile at the side of her face. But the question that you need to ask yourself is, what would I have to gain from you heading to their known base of operation? Say, and she's saying this very, very low and very whispered at this point. What would I have to gain from you going to their place, finding whatever you found there? What would I have to gain by selling them out? That is the question. If I am truly representing them, then why would I send you to that place?
My question is not that. My question is that if you were representing them, you were to send us down there and to a place where we're almost certainly going to get killed. And if we didn't, we were to come out into a place where we were to turn to you for answers. So that's why I'm here. I'm beset on all sides.
I have faith in your abilities and in the abilities of your compatriots.
So I'm to believe that you truly knew nothing about that place that I went to, and that the Vista knew nothing about the place that I went to, nor what lay beneath.
She just kind of shrugs.
All right, if you want to play it that way. We did find something very interesting in the sewers, if that's what it truly was. We found another offshoot that led to what I can only assume to be the Underdark. We faced 2 Umber Hulks there. We slew them both. We were shortly thereafter set upon by Drow. From what I can gather from what my group has told me. This leads us to a very interesting conclusion because we were brought to Eros because we saw through a portal, and we saw one person that we knew that was with the snakes, along with a white-haired individual with a white building behind them and a starless sky with complete darkness behind them. We can only understand that the snakes might have a base of operation underneath this very town. From what you have told me, the Vista has nothing, they want nothing to do with the snakes. If this is true, I would have you send a representative with us, perhaps more than one if you would rather.
Why would I send one of my own? And why would I send one of my own? Why?
So that you at least know what happens while we're down there. Because when I come back, I'm not guaranteed to tell you everything that happened.
And that's your right as an individual to not tell me if you don't feel so. However, no, I don't see one of the Evista's individuals following you at this moment in time. For you have not proved yourself worthy as calling us kin or family yet. Maybe once that is decided, maybe there might be some possibility of support from us, but until then, no, I don't believe any one of our company will be following you down there. However, you seem to be looking in the right areas and the right places for these children that you are currently searching for. There's still this. If you do happen to find the individual who is taking these children from their homes, do something. And make him regret ever laying a hand on them. At which point she has grown very serious and like normally a very hard person to read, a hard person to like a hard person to like really kind of see past like her normal facade that she has. She's grown very serious and very much of almost like with an intensified look of like hatred upon her face at this point.
Oh, I plan on it.
Well, very good then. I look forward to you regaling us with the tales of how
next,
you finished them off.
I do have a couple more questions while you're here, if you would entertain them.
She looks around at the bar and says, "I have a little more time. What else is on your mind?"
If there was a place we could talk where you would feel more comfortable, let me know. I'm willing.
Say what you must.
First of all, these are more personal questions than they are to have with our group, as it were. First of all, I should just mention, when I say our group, I am by no means bound to them. I merely want to see these children brought back to their family, and I want to see these snakes brought to justice for the horrible crimes they've committed.
Speak quickly. I don't care much for your drolling on and on and on. Just speak quickly. What do you need?
Why do you want me to join your group so bad? What makes me more valuable than 50,000 gold?
You're intriguing. You're a individual with a reputation. In this business that I so enjoy it, that I partake in, and find much pleasure in. Having a reputation is not always the best thing. As a matter of fact, normally having no reputation at all is a good thing. However, you have quite a reputation for, shall we say, dispensing with individuals who you deem unworthy. I can see the asset of one like yourself. And one who can maybe operate not necessarily always out in the shadows might prove useful.
And you
prove useful in the future, because I think my mic cut out a little bit there.
I got it. And it is you that came to this decision?
The Avista has many informants and comes to many decisions throughout our time. But once again, you're not privy to much of that information or those talks.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you for what you have given me on that front. My last question for you is, like I said, I am interested in joining. It's an intriguing concept. If I were to join, surely I wouldn't be held accountable for my previous actions. Say perchance I were to have harmed an individual not of my own volition that were part of your group, I wouldn't be held accountable for that action after it had already happened.
Her eyes narrow for a moment, and as if trying to better see exactly who you harmed. But she says, "The past is the past. I personally do not hold grudges often, but more than I can say for others, and within the Avista, there's often others that hold grudges longer than I do."
The reason why I asked, Nix, and I want to be at least partially true with you, because you have been at least partially true with me, is because I have not ever taken account of what organizations people I have dealt with in the past have been a part of. I do not know where they came from, what the past might have been, other than were they guilty or innocent by my own standards. So, I don't think it would be quite fair for me to join you on a bad front, if you were to find out if one of my previous pieces of business were unsavory for the Vesta.
I will look into it and see what the past has to offer for us, but to the best of my knowledge, there is not much else. However, time is of the essence, and we still await your answer. There is something that we will need you to do for us, and potentially for your group as well, should you choose to accept.
I would be interested to know what this is. I feel like it would be a good step towards creating a workable arrangement between our groups. And between me potentially joining your kinship.
We have mentioned that at least one of your individuals of your group is worth quite a sum of gold. Now, normally we're not ones to let gold go to waste. In fact, we prefer to have it flowing freely. But from what I can tell, I can see your group has quite a likeness and quite a bond with him. There is a possible way around turning over this individual.
Do tell.
However, it does require another. Another who is like this individual, another possible who can be passed off as this individual. If that is something you're interested in, saving one of your own, we can arrange that. But it's something that needs to be enacted soon.
By soon, what do you mean?
By the time that you give us your answer.
So before the end of the fortnight before last night.
Absolutely.
Okay. In the intermittent, we will be returning to visit these drows.
You do it. You continue on the path that you will continue on. Just look forward to seeing where that takes us. We'd still await your answer.
If you believe, and your potential superiors believe, in the phrase, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, you can contact me, leave a message with me, and perchance send somebody with us. The aid would be helpful. In the meantime,
You have
Nix...
not proven yourself.
In the meantime, Nix, I appreciate your candor. By the way, before I leave, does this rubbing mean anything to you? I'll give her the rubbing of the coin. I'm going to say it's a coin that a member of my party came upon. They don't know what it means. They don't know where it comes from. Just interested. I'll leave that with you for now. If next time we speak, hopefully with a positive answer from me, we can discuss upon that further. Until then,
she looks down. She takes up the scrap of paper, looks at it, looks at it carefully, places it in a side pouch, and says, and just gives you a nod. Very well. We'll see you, and we await your answer.
Thank you, Lady Nix. And if I may excuse myself.
As you say, Lady Nix, she lets out a bark of laughter that just echoes across the entire tavern, and And she just lets out a loud, boisterous laughter and says, "Ha! Look at you! Look at that! He thinks I'm a lady."
Force of
figure.
habit.
And she which at this point she's like almost like just proclaiming this to the entire tavern. At which point there's just a ruckus of laughter that rises from everyone as there's a few and a few and like a bunch of loud laughter as Nix walks back to the bar. You see just as you're starting to leave, you see an individual try to slap her on the ass. Just as his hand is about to go, her tail just slaps his hand away very quickly.
All right, so I'll make my way back to the oh geez, words are hard. Voxerith Estate, yes.
All right. Okay.
That's
And
all,
that-
folks.
And everyone who's hanging out in chat tonight, thank you for hanging out. Everyone who's been chilling and watching us, we do D&D every night. Every night. God, if we did every night, I'd cry. We do it every Tuesday night here on our channel. We are currently working on a bunch of different ideas of how to continue to proceed forward. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll be back next Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern, to continue on our quest of finding these missing children. There and this seemingly elusive White Tower. Make sure to tune in, like, comment, and subscribe on YouTube, and come check us out on Twitch, twitch.com/ShadowHack90. Have a wonderful rest of your day, guys.